first down. Make it 9. Touchdown, Notre Dame. Leonard has to dig deep right away.
This is 365 Sports, powered by SicEm365.com.
2nd and 5, play fake. Howard flips it. Smith's got it, and the freshman just launches in as the Buckeyes score to answer the Irish.
365 Sports is presented by IdealMRI.com. High-quality MRIs for $497 or less. IdealMRI.com. Your health is important, so is your budget.
Judkins slips a tackle. Quinshon Judkins dives for the end zone, and Ohio State makes it 2 for 2 and takes the lead.
365 Sports is also brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, protecting Texans since 1952.
Judkins breaks free. Quinshon Judkins into sprint. And they'll finally run him down at the 5. An explosive play.
365 Sports is turbocharged by Unite Private Networks. Find out more at UnitePrivateNetworks.com.
Heavy pressure, Howard delivers downfield, and Smith, he's got it! Jeremiah Smith hadn't had a touch in the second half until that.
Now here's David Smoak, Paul Catalina, and Craig Smoak.
Paul Catalina will produce various opens for what we do, and there's always a theme to it. You heard names like Judkins, Jeremiah Smith, part of what we have today as far as some of the top stories. We'll get to that in a moment. Good afternoon. I'm David Smoak, Craig Smoak, and Paul Catalina at 365 Sports. We'll take you up until about 6 o'clock today. Quinshon Judkins. Yeah, Travion Henderson, who had an amazing game against UT, had the huge screenplay that went, 75 yards that kind of flipped that thing on its ear back in favor of the Buckeyes, even though there were plays that had to be made. He's a fantastic player. He was really good at Ole Miss. He is entering the NFL draft.
Yeah, he's one of the many amazing running backs that are in this draft, and he's a good pass catcher, big play threat, speed, power, all that. He won't be the first. I guess Mel Kiper has him 4th or 5th. And that's about probably where he is, and I guess it depends on your personal preference, but he's got an NFL skill set for sure.
So to be clear, Quinshon Judkins announcing for the draft. You're just mentioning Travion Henderson because of is he going as well? Is that what you were meaning by that?
No, I didn't say that, though. I don't think I said that. I said he was I don't. Now you got me confused. Quinshon Judkins is entering the NFL draft. Travion Henderson was really, really good, too. Had the big game against Texas. Judkins had the big game against Notre Dame.
Yeah, I was just confused by what you were saying there because you started talking about Travion Henderson. So, yeah, I mean, Travion Henderson was great. Quinshon Judkins had his moments there as well. And so not surprised to see him entering the NFL draft. Ohio State, you knew, was going to lose a lot of talented players, and Judkins was a big get to bring him over from Ole Miss and put him in that backfield with Travion Henderson and obviously Will Howard and the great wide receiving weapons they had. So, I don't think there's much surprise here. And you ride off to the sunset with the national championship. And Travion Henderson, obviously a guy who's got a very bright future ahead of him as well. So that was a dynamic backfield that they had last season and big part of what got them a national championship.
A lot of teams don't have one of those two. Ohio State had those two. And, of course, they always just reload. That's why they will have maybe, along with Texas, the most players drafted coming up when the NFL draft happens in late April. And here's another one, a phenomenal receiver, sometimes overshadowed because of the other great receivers, including the freshman and Jeremiah Smith. I'll have a note about him in a moment. Egbuka is entering the NFL draft, all-time leading receiver in Ohio State history, and they have had Garrett Wilson and many others, and now he is entering the draft, and he really had a bright playoff run for them too.
If he's not picked in the first round, then somebody's going to get somebody early in the second round that's a really, really outstanding player. And he reminds me a little bit of Jalen Polk from last year from Washington in that, he's not he's got the right body size and speed and all that. Like, all the measurables are there, but he's not off the charts in anything. He's just really damn good. He's a really excellent route runner. He has fantastic hands. The other thing was part of this is, just a credit to Brian Hartline and the way he coaches that position. But Jeremiah Smith comes in. You've got a guy who's in his last season, a guy who's in his first. Because Emeka Egbuka has been able to kind of fade into the background a little bit and just do his thing and be that guy. Was there any strife or anything that was like, hey, why is this kid getting all the attention? Like, no, hey, I'm wide open now because of this guy. So he, clearly, great team player and all that. So big fan of his. I think he'll be in the top 20 to 22 picks.
Another fantastic Ohio State wide receiver making their way to the pros to join a number of other guys who have already done so and will continue to do so. We know Jeremiah Smith still got a couple years left. So, Egbuka, a very talented, productive player, another 1,000-yard season, another 10-touchdown season. Had a couple of those while at Ohio State, and a guy who probably did get overshadowed quite a bit just because of the immense talent around him, but still found plenty of opportunity to make waves himself. And, yeah, he's an excellent player at the college level. Don't know what to expect at the pro level, as y'all are discussing. Haven't really delved into that, but he's a good one and a loss for Ohio State. But because of the pedigree and the success they've had, you expect they'll just keep on rolling through them because that's what they've traditionally been able to do, and it's been very impressive. But yeah, he's another big time guy that they're losing that they will have to replace.
They have had in the last 4 years Chris Olave, first-round pick, Garrett Wilson, first-round pick, Jackson Smith-Njigba, first-round pick, and, of course, Marvin Harrison Jr., the fourth overall pick in the draft. And now we'll see what Egbuka does when it comes to where he goes in the draft. Speaking of, Garrett, can we go to the NIL part? Yeah, we got that next, correct? Jeremiah Smith, who caught the pass that basically ended the Notre Dame game on that third down conversion. He and others, it's part of football today, Carnell Lake, Smith and Lake and others, the money being offered to them according to this article from Pete Nakos at On3 Sports. They had a, $25 million payroll, so to speak. And I saw some of the responses. It's going to have to go to $35 million for them to keep everybody and bring other players into the mix that they want.
Well, that's what happens when you win a national title, and there's no repercussions for anybody for doing this.
Nope.
I'm surprised that the numbers are. $4.5 million is a ton, but I'm not surprised that Carnell Tate's getting $1 million offer. I'm sure it'll get worked out at Ohio State. I don't see those guys leaving. Part of it is, look, you're going to make seven figures at Ohio State, and you're probably going to be a first-round draft pick if, just say Michigan State's the one offering $4.5 million because they're so desperate. Jeremiah Smith's going to be a first-round draft pick if he went to Toledo next year. But if you're Carnell Tate, I would take $1 million if they gave me $900,000 and not $1 million at Ohio State, and I knew that I was going to be a first-round draft pick, as opposed to I'm going to get $1 million and wind up somewhere that won't be as good. Sometimes those things have to come into effect, but it also shows you what kind of money you're going to have to come with to try to illegally pry somebody away from Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm sure the winning and the culture and all of that that brought those guys there partially in the first place will help offset some of the money that Miami or someone like that might throw at you. But I think that absolutely sucks for the sport that's a story. I guess it's fun for the off-season banter and it's fun for headlines and all of that, but I think it's just totally ridiculous that these guys just won a national championship. And in the case of Jeremiah Smith, I understand he's a big-time player. He's played one season, and we're already talking about having to rework his contract or whatever, or other teams looking to poach him. And that's healthy for the sport, I guess. That's great for college football, I suppose. It certainly is for shows like this and for discussion. But, what's wrong with college football? That right there. Why don't people want to tune into two random teams? Well, because it's just like their old players who got picked apart the moment they had a good year and guys who have been on their third team, not because they lost their starting spot, just because they just went where the money we haven't quite seen that, but I'm sure we're not far away from that. I mean, go get your money, boo-boo. Go do what you can can do and earn what you can earn. I have nothing against that whatsoever. But the fact that days removed from a national championship, we're talking about unnamed teams via the same outlets as usual with these money tags we can't really confirm or deny or whatever, and they're trying to poach this kid, and we're just like, yep. I just think that speaks to the complete lack of anything in terms of NCAA enforcement or rules in college football. And if you like the chaos, it's great. Like I said, for talking, it's wonderful. But I don't think that's healthy for the sport in any way. I tell you, you have to constantly 24/7 guard your roster from poachers who are unnamed and never have any repercussions whatsoever. So, you know what? No way to stop it. They'll just channel it through the uncle or the cousin or the agent or whoever. But that just seems kind of ridiculous.
It's been a tough, you would think, a tough week for Notre Dame's offensive line. Let me get to that in just a second. Sam Pendleton has committed to play at Tennessee. The Volunteers pick up Pendleton. Now, I reached out to Mason Plummer. He covers Notre Dame. We have a lot of guys that we know from media that cover Notre Dame. And I was like, what's going on here? Because I saw a note that he put up on his Twitter feed. If anyone is kind of like losing their mind on this, they're not paying attention or they have not been paying attention. So I sent Mason a note. I said, tell me what you're talking about. In short, the guys who left, Coogan, Pendleton, and Spindler, would not have played this year, barring injury. Coogan and Spindler started last year but got beat out. They both have their degree and were always expected to leave. Pendleton got passed up. The original line of scrimmage, Jagusa, will be back and starting, but might be at right guard. Left guard and center both return. Right guard is up for grabs. The right tackle returns Wagner for Notre Dame. It's always still good. You want depth because it helped them this year with those guys being available, but they want to now get out where they have a chance to play more snaps, not because of injury.
Yeah, Notre Dame has killed it. The recruiting in the last couple of years. Marcus Freeman's changed things. Brian Kelly, and rightfully so, got dragged for his comments about like, oh no, I never said that you couldn't win a national championship there. Like, no, that's what you said day one of getting to Baton Rouge. It was like, I want to be somewhere I can win a national championship, Marcus Freeman's kind of taking it and like, all right, well, you're in the game, just like he was there. I don't understand why he forgot that he was in the national championship game once when he was at Notre Dame. But their recruiting, their high school recruiting is shot through the roof. And there was always like for a long time, and I know NIL changes all this stuff, but Notre Dame is not an easy school to get into. And so there was this like, oh, well, it's the academic challenges. And that's why, like Brian Kelly felt like I need to go to LSU where I can get some dumb kids to play for me, which I think is an awful thing to say to the kids at LSU. But Marcus Freeman hadn't let it stop him. Okay, this kid can't get in Notre Dame. Well, then you don't have to recruit him. That's one less kid you got to call. Go find kids that can get in and go get them, and that's what he's done.
So there we go.
All the way across the board.
Yeah, I didn't know enough about their offensive line. I know that we saw guys on crutches, somebody that had this big, huge leg cast. So they had injuries, and also on defense too. But so they lose some depth. That doesn't include the incoming freshmen and those who have been on the roster who also will push for starting jobs in deep depth backup positions during the spring of 2025. Shane Beamer, contract extension to 2030. I thought at the end of last year they made a really nice run with Rattler and they kind of pushed. And, of course, we know this year they made a run that almost got them into it was in the conversation for who would be in the college football playoff, but they just didn't quite have enough to get in. He's doing a really good job with the Gamecocks.
Yeah, again, it's about recruiting, getting the players. He's got guys going there that normally wouldn't go to South Carolina. And then he's got quarterbacks now stacked up with Lenora Sellers coming back, and then he's got Aaron Nolan from Ohio State, who was really highly recruited, coming there to be the heir apparent now to Lenora Sellers. So he's doing things that no one has ever really done there and create excitement. And he is also a departure from what South Carolina did for quite a long time, which was they would go hire somebody who was like a rehash from somewhere else, whether it be Lou Holtz or Steve Spurrier or even Will Muschamp. Like they'd been a head coach somewhere else. Hey, we might as well do this. Like they're better than what we've had here because they've never won the SEC at South Carolina. They're very much an afterthought. Like Vanderbilt gets a lot of the smoke, but South Carolina hasn't done a lot to earn their little, big piece of the financial pie there in the SEC when it comes to winning things. But Shane Beamer represents a departure. He was a young assistant. He wasn't a retread anywhere, and he has the opportunity to make that program his own, because right now when you think of South Carolina football, what do you think of? Historically, it's pretty much nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there was a guy who seemed to have some talk at the beginning of the year about possibly getting a little bit of a warm seat or just needing to improve. And Lenore Sellers helped set the world on fire and put them in that college football playoff conversation, as you mentioned. Can't wait to watch him and how he continues to develop as a player. They clearly got a star at that position, and they made a great run there, especially at the end of the year. Just fell short, but plenty of arguments that they should have had a spot, or, if this goes differently, they could have had a spot. They weren't far off at all from claiming one, and, in a couple years, maybe they do get that spot because there's a couple of extra places for teams in what is probably going to be a 14-team playoff, because the networks will want more games and more money. So, that's great news for South Carolina, who's got some stability and seems to have a bit of an identity, and definitely has a very nice quarterback there with Shane Beamer now, even further solidified. That's a nice little base to build off of.
Who does Sellers remind you of as a quarterback?
I don't know.
I can't think of anybody. I mean, like off the top of my head.
Josh Allen at Wyoming?
Maybe. I mean, he's like a little, like I think he's just kind of a little bit stockier, but yeah, he kind of just takes off. And
he's a big dude, man.
Yeah,
he is a load. And didn't get to watch him a lot, but when I did, he seems like it'll be fun to see what he does next year.
The game against LSU, he had a little bit of that. He was keeping them in it and also out of it at the same time.
Yep.
And then after that, he kind of swung back around where it wasn't he was losing games for them anymore. But yeah, that LSU game, he got hurt. He got banged up in that game, right?
Yeah, that's the only reason they lost is because he got hurt and Ashford came in.
Yeah, so yeah, he got hurt, but there was like the first half where he was like great, and then right before he got hurt, he was not really that great. Then he got hurt, and Ashford came in, and LSU came back and won. So yeah, if he plays that whole game, yeah, they're in the playoff. Like if he doesn't get hurt in the LSU game, they're probably in the playoff.
Las Vegas. Remember there was a time it was verboten to even discuss them in the NFL and playing anything there. Well, they're thick in the middle of it. Of course, we had Big 12 Media Days there, Super Bowl earlier a year ago, and they will host the 2027 College Football Playoff National Championship from the 2026 season, as they are always going to go pretty much to an NFL stadium. Protective whether or not, I don't know. But in this particular case, Las Vegas gets it. We told you the note, earlier this week or last week, that Arlington was in rotation for that. But that now appears to be as if somebody else took their place. But Las Vegas will get the college football championship game, not next season, but the year after that.
Well, they're going to get everything now. And so they do a good job of hosting things, so I'm not surprised.
I think Miami's next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they do a good job of hosting things, and they pretty much have everything. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see them selected, and don't know what all the process is in determining that, but Vegas is going to be in every rotation, Super Bowl, NCAA championships of every kind. Anything that has a neutral site, Vegas is going to be right in the middle of it, and I think they've made that clear already. So, get used to that if you haven't already. I think I pretty much have gotten used to it. I'm not one of those that gets, the PTSD from years ago when gambling, even mentioning it in sports was like some taboo thing. I mean, now Scott Van Pelt's just talking betting left and right out of his mouth, and every other personality out there is doing something Kings commercial or whatever. I mean, it's everywhere you look is fantasy betting and all of that. So yeah, Vegas is only going to be more ingrained for better or worse, and it's a fun town. So people who travel the national championship, just like going to New Orleans or Miami, they'll have a nice little tourist spot to enjoy for a couple of days.
Bad Beats is one of my favorite segments. I don't watch a lot of the Sports Center. Scott Van Pelt's one of my favorites. I just like the way he handles business. But that segment, Bad Beats, that he does, speaking of gambling, is unbelievable. I saw a game a night or two ago where a team was a 2-point favorite, 2 or 3 point favorite. They went to the free throw line. They had already covered and missed a free throw, got the rebound, laid it up at the buzzer, and they ended up winning by 4. So if you had the under, that, and just because of a missed free throw, it's some great moments that they spotlight that just, golly, it would drive you crazy if you gamble. Maybe it actually does.
I'm fine with that. I'm just not cool with every commercial break has
Absolutely,
a commercial for that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
some personality, Joe Budden or something like that's like I run the other way. But at this point, watching all of these different commercials, and there's several different versions and several different brands and all of that, and nothing against the activity itself, but yeah, you can't watch sports now without just getting absolutely slapped across the face with it every 15 minutes or so of game action. It's just inevitable.
Well, we've discussed the Cowboys. We'll get to a couple of other NFL teams who have made decisions, but the Cowboys, Paul, are still on the clock.
Yeah, you'll hear from John Machota later in the show and what he thinks is going on. He thinks that they're going to probably hire Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer has not been interviewed by anybody ever in his pretty long now NFL career to be a head coach. There's no timeline to really hire him. Who else is calling him? I mean, this is such a weird thing, and I just wish that I could find a money-making opportunity where I could not really be completely serious about doing it all the right way. It was just going to keep printing money for me like the Cowboys have become for the Joneses. I mean, they just – I don't think that they – and the worst part is I don't think that they know that they don't care as much. Like there's no penalty for them losing, so as mad as it might make them, at the end of the day they go home and they're like, oh, well, profits are up, Can't be that mad about it.
They have so many fans that no matter disappointment or breaking your heart, 12-5, and then losing, they have such a huge fan base that no matter what, that place will always be filled, or at least the Jones family believes that, because so many people want to go there and watch a game. But we saw a little bit of that drop, Craig, at Oxnard with training camp. We weren't there, but we heard that. I thought maybe that the Pete Carroll news that he was interested might change things up. Well, he's now going to be the head coach of the Raiders. Your thoughts about the Cowboys, and even this story if you want to, too.
Well, I think the Raiders made an actually really good hire, which is not normally their forte. I think this is as much of a sure thing as you could possibly have hoped for. You're going to have a new quarterback, so Pete Carroll can settle in and determine who that's going to be and how they're going to navigate their draft picks and all of that. And I'm actually somewhat interested to see what the Raiders do. I've more or less viewed them as a complete joke and a complete laughingstock of a franchise for pretty much the last 20 years since the Tuck rule, and I think they've lived up to that. But they undoubtedly have one of the most passionate fan bases out there, and they've had some nice digs created for them there in Las Vegas. So I think it's a different franchise than it was just a few years ago. Just the feel around it. Tom Brady's in ownership. Again, you're going to have a new quarterback. So like if Shedeur Sanders rolls in there, then that's just another thing to get excited about. But it does feel like they basically walked under a ladder at some point that they've just never been able to get uncursed from. And it's become if you're not a fan, it's hilarious because it's just what are they going to bumble and stumble their way into now that's embarrassing? But if you're somebody who's enjoyed that, I don't know how much longer that's going to last. And if it doesn't change with what they've now got in place, then just tear it apart and burn it down because it's never going to get any better. If moving to Vegas and hiring Tom Brady and hiring Pete Carroll and getting a new quarterback and doing all these things doesn't return them to some form of prominence, then nothing's going to. It's impossible to figure out what would possibly change other than just going to some remote area to some voodoo chief or something and praying for cleansing or something because it does feel like they're cursed. But there's a lot of things to be excited about right now, and I think Pete Carroll's a great hire. I think he's much more of a sure thing than a lot of these other guys they could have possibly pursued or the types of guys they've hired in the past. And, he's getting a bit older, but he still seems to have a lot of life and a lot of passion. And so I think it's a really good hire. And I'll talk about the Cowboys after we talk about the Raiders. But I like it. And I don't know how you could have really done much better other than just getting like the Ben Johnson because it's the big name and, that's the kind of the hot guy at the moment. But besides that, I think you're pleased with this.
The division, the AFC West, now has Andy Reid, who up until now has won 3 Super Bowls, Sean Payton, who won a Super Bowl in New Orleans, and has really done a remarkable job in Denver. Bo Nix didn't hurt. Jim Harbaugh, who won a college national championship, and Pete Carroll, who won a Super Bowl, played in 2 or coached in 2, and won 2 national titles in college. That's not Parcells, Gibbs, Landry in the NFC East for a while, but that's pretty salty stuff.
Yeah, it is. I like the hire. I would have liked it, if the Cowboys had made that, at least it would have been someone who I know has done something, before other than, just been there where people do things. But, the Raiders, you made great points about the Raiders, Craig. They, the Cowboys kind of Mr. Magoo their way to success. I don't know if everybody gets that reference, but Mr. Magoo was a cartoon where he was blind and he would kind of just walk through all these maladies and everything bad would happen behind him and he would just kind of keep going. That's been their thing. The Raiders can very clearly see the problems in front of them and have had repercussions for being bad. They've had people they have a very loyal fan base, but they've had cities mad at them. They've had all these things happen, and now here they're doing it. So, yeah, I think Pete Carroll's a good choice. But, again, they also suffer from the same disease that, plagues many sports franchises, which is, Badicus ownericus, in that Mark Davis is not going to all of a sudden become a good owner overnight. So hopefully this can get around it. The only chance that teams with bad owners have is you hire somebody who's just so good that they knock it out of the way.
Yeah, Lloyd Christmas is still your owner, so that's not changing. But, besides that, and sometimes it takes that. Maybe that's what it will take, like it did with Washington. It will take complete ownership change, but maybe not. And, again, if this doesn't work, then the only thing you'll be left pointing to is Mark Davis because they've changed everything else and will have changed everything else just this year alone with the head coach, quarterback, all that. There's already rumors about Russell Wilson going to Las Vegas, which that would do nothing for me, honestly. But as a stopgap, veteran quarterback who knows Pete Carroll and his system and can guide the young guy, whoever that is, whether it's Shador or someone else, it makes sense. But I really don't enjoy watching Russell Wilson that much these days. So I wouldn't get super excited about that. But knowing that they've got another guy on the horizon, I think, makes a lot of sense. So those are the kinds of moves you'll start to see them make, although that's not official by any means. That's just kind of the scuttlebutt since the Carroll thing was announced. So we'll see on Russell Wilson. But, they got a lot of ammo to play around with and a lot of changes to make, and we'll see if they can get back to being the Raiders, which, unfortunately for their fans, they say like it was yesterday, and you're like, no, that was a really long time ago, guys. If you grew up in the Bay, I'm sure it seems like it was yesterday. For Cowboys fans, the 90s seems like it was yesterday, right? And it's no, that was 30 years ago, guys. So for the Raiders, it's about the same. And the Super Bowl drought is much longer. So we'll see if Pete Carroll can come in and change things up. But, you still have Mark Davis as your owner. So we'll see if that is the thing that still bogs them down, a la Jerry in Dallas when all is said and done.
After the Pete Carroll news came out, some of the
new GM too, right? I should also mention that.
Yeah,
with Las Vegas.
When the Pete Carroll news came out, there was some chewing, digesting, and discussing. Okay, wait a minute. Now, maybe it's not even Schottenheimer, although the thought was, okay, Pete Carroll comes in, rides in on his horse, whatever. There's the Saleh. He's headed back to San Francisco, a fantastic defensive mind. And, okay, wait a minute. What if Mike McCarthy and Jerry get back on the phone and iron things out? I can't even imagine that's the case. The only job left, other than Dallas, though, right now, is down in New Orleans. The Saints looking for their head coach. And who's been mentioned with them?
Aaron Glenn, McCarthy.
Aaron Glenn's gone.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn's gone. McCarthy has been. A couple other guys. Like, they're kind of doing the thing the Bears did where they're interviewing a bunch of people. But, yeah, the Cowboys and the Saints, they're the only ones, right? Everyone else is filled with Raiders.
Yeah, that's the only two left.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that's the only ones. So, yeah.
Well, the Jaguars filled theirs with somebody that they offered the job to and or spoke seriously with, but he didn't like Trent Baalke as the GM.
And by the way, what did I tell you yesterday? That Shad Khan was going to let the new head coach help pick the GM. That's what I mean. It's backwards, but he's going to do it.
There's no specific perfect way. It's just a little bit different. Maybe it works out. But Cohen now, after saying no, going back to Tampa, they gave him a nice fat promotion and raise. And then Baalke's fired. He goes back to talk to Jacksonville, and he's going to be the head coach at Jacksonville. So that is now filled with the Jaguars.
I haven't seen much at all when it comes to New Orleans. I don't know what's going on down there, but there hasn't been much of interest emanating from the Big Easy in terms of their head coach, and a lot of the guys they were attached to have already been hired. So yeah, I don't know what their plans are, but that's all that remains besides Dallas. And Dallas even seems to have more of a track on who they want than New Orleans does. Now, maybe if I read New Orleans stuff, there'd be more of a clear answer there. But just in general, like going over kind of what's been reported, they're just kind of floating out there. So at least Dallas, I guess, has an idea, if that makes you feel any better. But either Brian Schottenheimer, if that's the guy, ends up being some genius move that proves a lot of people wrong and makes a lot of people have to eat crow, which is ideal if you're a Cowboys fan, or it's going to be an era of just blah of that franchise unlike anything we've ever seen, because it was already percolating that way. But now if you extend this with a coach that's uninteresting and just blah play, then, I mean, I don't know if Jerry thinks he's living forever or something. At this point, I think he must believe that he is, because I'd be taking the biggest – I don't even want to say the word, the biggest cuts you can imagine to try to go out as high as I can possibly go. And this is not what I think of when I think of taking big cuts. It's just kind of sitting there, being one of the last to make a hire, and an uninspiring one at that at this point. So unless he's got some big trick he's about to pull, this is a very questionable move on their part to move away from Mike McCarthy, when at least you had something there to build off of that has something known to it. Whereas now you're going into the complete dark again, and with even less of a proven commodity potentially. So yeah, it's very bizarre. You wonder what's going on out there, because you'd think they'd make these moves with a clear plan in mind, but it doesn't appear like there was some grand plan actually awaiting them once they made that decision.
Sean Sharif of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, a morning talk show host, is the first one that really had the name of Schottenheimer more than just a name. He, about 45 minutes ago, they are working to assemble Brian Schottenheimer's staff in Frisco. He's been ahead of this thing all week long. Now, there's been a few flare-ups of other opportunities. Paul, are you there? Are you,
what?
You okay?
I mean, here's the thing.
Now, no one's officially mentioned that, but he's been on top of this thing pretty well.
Did John Henry, the owner of the Red Sox, and Jerry Jones go to some weird billionaire orgy together? And
no, that island's no longer available.
That island? I mean, you think there's just one?
Y'all seen the houses that dude owned?
Yeah.
I mean, I still wonder where all that money came from, man.
Somebody bought them. You can get them cheap.
While we're throwing files out there, how about those?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Why don't we throw those out there with the JFK files?
Yeah.
How about that?
So
I don't think people want to do that though for some weird reason, huh?
Somebody might be in them.
A bunch of people. A bunch of people.
So yeah, all the JFK people are not here anymore.
Focus, boys.
I don't know. It's just as a fan, I'm in the wilderness, guys. I'm in the wilderness.
It's totally uninspiring, whatever they've got going on. So this is going to be some, like I said, some genius move that they see that nobody else sees. And this guy, Brian Schottenheimer, is like the next big thing as a head coach. Or they're just going to enter this period of people caring less than they ever have about Dallas Cowboys football, especially when you look around and you go, well, at least the Giants have new stuff and they're going to have a new era they've been desperately needing. after slogging through Daniel Jones for a freaking decade and just nothingness. And then you've got the two others who are playing for a shot to the Super Bowl this weekend.
I'll give
the Redskins, the Commanders, sorry, I'll never not probably make that mistake at least every once in a while. But, I mean, as cool of a quarterback as you could possibly have at the moment, like a dude who sells jerseys and is going to have action figures and commercials and like a superstar personality unlike anything they've had in 40 years. Not to mention other like Terry McLaurin and guys like that who also bring a little bit of that. Now, the Cowboys will always have star power, but, man, it just doesn't feel like, something you can really wrap your arms around, though. Like with Washington, that's what's exciting is you can't take it for granted because you can't guarantee you'll ever be back, but you do feel like Magic Johnson and Josh Harris just took over. Like they barely got off the ground before the season started. Jaden Daniels just like there's so much excitement, and with Dallas, it's just like, man, you had all this time and you've done almost nothing with it, and now here you are, and you're just floundering.
Also, Magic Johnson, one of the best owners in sports.
Oh yeah,
the Dodgers are like. I'm sure he needs to get his piece of. He's got a little piece of the Lakers. I'm sure he'd like to get that cranked up a little bit too. But the Cowboys don't have to look far to see a team that had the exact same end of the season that they did last year in their division, the Philadelphia Eagles. Actually, even worse, because the Eagles hit a wall after their 10th win. They just hit a wall. And you know what Jeff Lurie and Howie Roseman did? They said, we're not going to hit a wall again. So let's go out and fix all our problems. Let's get our contract extensions done. Let's get that done. Let's have the best draft we can possibly ever have. Let's not overthink this. We didn't finish strong. Hey, both our coordinators, no, out. Okay, didn't like that? Gone. All right, Vic Fangio, Kellen Moore, you're in. We're shaking things up. Oh, Saquon Barkley's available? Hell yeah, we're going to get that dude. And look, they're in the NFC Championship game. The Cowboys ended on the most embarrassing way possible, getting their asses handed to them at home. And they're like, you know what? We didn't have Zeke. That's the problem.
Well, they had him for most of last year, and then eventually he was released.
No, I'm talking about when they lost to the Packers.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
so
I'm talking about last year, dude.
Big story here in terms of our audience is that no Dion off to the pros, it appears. No Ryan Day off to the pros, which is, why would he leave now that he can finally turn the tables on the moronic fans?
He at least needs to have a year or two of spite run.
Right, exactly. He's got to throw it back in their face this offseason, which I would definitely do if I was him. No Matt Campbell, which I never felt like that was anything more than an opportunity and definitely something worth mentioning and kind of keeping your eyes open if you were a Cyclones fan. But, I mean, those are just three names that were mentioned at one point or another or have been talked about before when it comes to the pros. And we've seen past off seasons where other guys like a Lincoln Riley, like, my gosh, that dude just doesn't even get mentioned for NFL jobs really now. That's how much his star has cooled off. But, yeah, it doesn't appear like there's going to be too much of an impact. Maybe a coordinator here and there, obviously with who's the coordinator just left the other day for the NFL. Yeah, so anyways.
For which team? You don't remember?
Yeah, I thought it was the defense. I don't know. I'm blanking on it, but I'll find it during the commercial.
Oh, the guy from not Ohio State, Notre Dame's defensive
yes,
coordinator.
Thank you.
Yes. Al Golden, yeah.
Yes, Notre Dame's defensive coordinator, so I knew I wasn't crazy. Al Golden left for the pros. So there was a guy who left college and, will have to be replaced and whatnot. But in terms of any shakeup from head coaches, nothing whatsoever as far as this cycle unless – the Saints are going to shock the world and be like, Deion Sanders is our new head coach, but that's not happening. So.
All right, we do have Grayson Grundhaver around the corner on a bunch of visitors coming in for the weekend when it comes to checking in on recruiting for the next class. And then his thoughts about the cornerback, the young man, Calvin Simpson-Hunt, who is now headed to Baylor and will be on campus a little bit later on as he's in Columbus, Ohio today. Speaking of that, I interviewed him earlier today. If you are a Star Wars and Marvel's fan, if you're one of those fans of either one, Marvel or Star Wars, the interview with Calvin Simpson-Hunt is a little bit unique at times as we discuss a lot of that and his loves, interest, and the car that he drives too. One other NFL note, then we come back with Grayson. Bobby Slovic, he was the hot coordinator a year ago out in Houston. Very much a stressful year for C.J. Stroud and company. Big numbers, dropped off quite a bit. He now is no longer the offensive coordinator with the Texans. All right, when we come back, Grayson Grundhafer. We have other stories to get to, college football and more. Emery Winter and Andrew today in the studio with Garrett Ross running the mothership. If you haven't hit the like button and or subscribe, we would appreciate you do that. This is 365 Sports. Petty Clinic, lowt.com. Energy down? Are you lethargic? Something seems to be missing, and it's not because you have a head cold or not because you're not sleeping. Well, maybe even your sleep habits aren't very good. It could be your testosterone level. Petty Clinic, lowt.com can help you find out if your testosterone is what is creating some of the symptoms you have from being lethargic, lack of the energy, and your focus isn't good, your sex drive's not the same, and you're not performing like you used to. Low testosterone can do that. 1 out of every 3 or 4 men have symptomatic issues of low testosterone. Dr. Petty wants to find out if that is you. Contact them on the website, email, phone number listed, or there's a way you can contact them through the website at pettycliniclot.com. And Dr. Petty, they will set you up to get your lab work. He gets the results, and if your testosterone level is too low, he has a program to increase it so you can become the high-performance man you want to be, need to be, used to be at pettycliniclot.com.
It's time to start something new at Allen Samuels. Drive into 2025 with huge savings on all of our Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, from a trail-conquering Jeep Grand Cherokee, towing in style with a Ram Heavy Duty, or cruising the city in a sporty and luxurious Ram 1500. We've got the perfect ride for you. Stop by Allen Samuels in Waco, where we make car buying easy.
Come by. Let's be friends.
Developed by Startup Waco, a nonprofit organization, GXG is a program designed to support the entrepreneurial development of Baylor University student-athletes through NIL activations. The program helps student-athletes maximize their platforms and offers a comprehensive support system for them to create and grow new businesses that not only benefit themselves, but also uplift the local economy. Fans who wish to support student-athletes can donate to GXG via the GXG NIL Fund, BaylorBears.com/GXG. Contributions to support NIL activations through GXG can be made at BaylorBears.com/GXG. For more information, follow at GXG_GreenXGold on social media and visit the official website www.gxg.startupwaco.com. GXG, empowering student-athlete entrepreneurship and uplifting the local economy through NIL activations.
If you want quality and personalized service for all your air conditioning and heating needs, call Tradesman Services. They're a family-owned and operated company that has served Texans for over 30 years. Tradesman offers maintenance plans starting at just $12 per month and a free service call for all new customers. They're also experts in geothermal design, installation, and service. Visit them online at coolingwaco.com.
I'll never get used to this.
This is 365 Sports.
The 3 o'clock hour is sponsored by Waco Custom Marketplace. Meats, sweets, Texas treats, and a cut above the rest. 425 Lake Air Drive, Waco.
Grayson Grundhafer posts, writes, and is always working on what's going on inside Sikkim 365 Premium Board. Joins us on Fridays, recruiting, but also analyzing both football and men's basketball. Grayson, thanks for your time. So they got a dude, huh? Cornerback from Ohio State. I had a chance to visit with him a little bit earlier today. Physical, lengthy. Do they have anybody like that on their roster?
I mean, he's definitely a different mold, right? I mean, you kind of look around the guys they have on the roster, they have very athletic dudes. Long, lanky is kind of what they really base their recruiting off of. I mean, you look at guys like Caden Jenkins, Tevin Williams, LeVar Thornton, long, lanky athletes. Calvin Simpson Hunt is a little bit different, right? He's more physically built. He's just 6 foot, but he's got a good wingspan. He's 190 pounds. So I think you're going to see a guy that is going to be very comfortable in press coverage. He's a guy who, when you watch his film from high school, at least, he can do a lot of different things. He can slide in, cover the slot. He can slide outside, of course, and play, true cornerback and play press coverage, which is something that, Baylor likes to do and likes to run. And TCU, for the past few years, they run that as well. And Paul Gonzalez coming over from there surely is probably going to utilize some of that as well. But I think in general, what you see here is, a big time upside opportunity for the cornerback group. I mean, this is a top 100 recruit in the 2023 class. He had a ranking of number 36 overall, according to On3. So you're talking about a blue chip prospect and a guy who's got all kinds of talent, just hasn't had the opportunity to get on the field. And now you look at Baylor's roster and you can you see a clear path for him to play, 400 plus snaps this year. As right now, it looks like Caden Jenkins, Tevin Williams, and Calvin Simpson Hunt are kind of going to be the three guys rotating. And then, of course, you got some young guys like LeVar Thornton and Reggie Bush who, will work in as well. And then we'll see, if Carl Williams stays at safety or if he moves to cornerback. We'll see kind of how that goes. But I think in general, this group is in a much better place now after this edition and landing another guy who a blue chip prospect. I think that's just massive and something that, you don't really get to see a lot of in high school recruiting by Baylor. You saw it this year, but in past years, you haven't seen a ton of that. So to be able to utilize the transfer portal to get in on guys who, were top 100 guys, that's very useful. And Baylor is definitely utilizing that.
Grayson, when it comes to Calvin Simpson Hunt, I remember him being recruited by them originally, right? Then he was going to go to Tech, and then he flipped at the end to Ohio State and kind of pulled the rug out from underneath them. What brought him back to Baylor ultimately? Were there any connections from the previous, high school era recruitment, or was it just getting back closer to home? Kind of what established the Bears as the place to go to for him?
There were definitely some connections because Baylor did offer him, but if you kind of went through his recruitment, Baylor was kind of late there during his high school recruitment. He had all kinds of offers by the end of the process, and of course ended up wavering from his Texas Tech commitment and ending up at Ohio State. So definitely connections. Staff definitely knows him. He definitely knows the staff. And so that's obviously an easy way for things to transition, right? And he also had a TCU offer, which was not by Paul Gonzalez. It was by Carlton Buckles, but still a little bit of a connection there as well. I just think in general, though, Baylor has playing time available. They have an opportunity for him to come in and contribute right away. They have a serious need at cornerback. And I think Calvin Simpson Hunt, point being, he just needs to get on the field. I mean, he's 2 years into his career. And if you look at Ohio State's depth chart, I mean, they have a bunch of 5-star guys that are just kind of all around that cornerback room. So it was going to be a battle just to get inside the 2 deep there. I think at Baylor, there's an expectation that he can come in, contribute right away, be in that 2 deep, get on the field, make an impact and contribute. And Baylor really needed to address that position as well. So I think it kind of fit perfectly for him, and he gets closer to home again.
What are the realistic expectations that fans can have for him to see the field this year?
Oh, very high. Yeah, he's definitely going to be on the field this year. I would say my expectation right now, based on the roster that they have, if no one moves positions, then I think Caden Jenkins, Tevin Williams, and Calvin Simpson Hunt are all going to play 400-plus snaps this year. So all 3 of them are going to play a ton. They're going to be focal points in the defense. Like I said, if Carl Williams moves, then that just adds, a 4th guy to that mix of about, I'd kind of roughly, if you kind of get rid of the snaps that Chateau Reed played and some of the other guys played last year, if you just divvy it out to 4 guys, there's a way that all 4 of them could get to 400-plus snaps. But again, that's if Carl Williams moves. Obviously, there's a need at safety as well, so maybe he just stays there. But just something to keep an eye on. But he's absolutely going to play this year, and I think be rather impactful as well. Very good athlete and a guy that just has a knack for finding the football, which, frankly, they absolutely need at the cornerback position.
I saw some initial reaction. Paul Gonzalez in from TCU. We've discussed him, longtime coach there, that, wow, that's great. He's one of those that had something to do with it, and he did. But a relationship that was built even when they were recruiting him before with Matthew Pallage, right, before he went to Oregon, who seemed like he might have been the dude that had the relationship with him.
Definitely, and I think, you could go even deeper on that. Recruiting personnel guys. So a guy like Aaron Hunt, yeah, I also think was involved as well. So you kind of put that together. That gives you those connections, right? And that's kind of what I'm talking about. That initial, guy enters the portal, who has relationships? Because frankly, that's who he's going to want to talk to initially and find out about. And Baylor had some of those relationships as well as, like I said, just a good situation, right? Because you can have all the relationships in the world, but you also have to have a good situation and a good opportunity for the guy to better his situation, from a playing time standpoint. That's exactly what Calvin Simpson Hunt needed, and that's what he's getting at Baylor. I just think there's also just this level of trust that you have when you do have relationships with guys. And I think he had that at Baylor, and that obviously is a big part of this, because schools are going to promise you you're going to get to play, you're going to get to do this and that. But Baylor, for the most part, I think if you go through kind of Dave Aranda's track record, when they make promises to guys, they really, they take those seriously, and they're really going to do everything they can to make sure those things happen. And I know with Calvin Simpson Hunt, I think this is a great opportunity for him to go to a place where he trusts the coaches, trusts the staff, and trusts the situation.
So, Grayson, Junior Day on tap, right? Got visitors, and can you kind of just, I guess, generalize the sort of themes, things, people, places, all that that comes with this part of the offseason?
So, Craig, I posted a tweet about this because if you go through on the Sikkim 365 Premium thread, multiple people have talked about this being, possibly the best Junior Day ever. And, me going back and kind of looking through the past Junior Days that I've covered, it is right there. It might be the best they've ever had. Already have 15 or so 4-star prospects, guys who are a 4-star somewhere on whatever site, whatever national site it may be. There's 15 of them in attendance. I just think the theme really is just momentum continues, right? We saw it with this past recruiting class, saw it all the way through the transfer portal now, and now you're seeing it in the 2026 class. And I think that just speaks to kind of what they're building. And we have to remember, I think going back to last year, they were recruiting after a 3-9 season. And everything that I heard was, they just need to win football games. If they're able to win football games, it's going to turn around a lot of things when it comes to recruiting, their upside recruiting, their upside in the transfer portal. And I think last year really proved, they're building something special and something that can actually reach a potential Big 12 championship or college football playoff, just something that is positive. And I think that momentum is really carrying into this offseason as well. The list is impressive. Again, not going to go through a bunch of names, but I think one of the key things that I kind of look at is try to figure out, what kind of storylines might be developing. And in this 2026 class, there's a few local kids that Baylor really needs to figure out a way to keep home. Guys, when you look at University wide receiver London Smith, he's a 4-star prospect. You look at Connolly cornerback, Jamarian Vincent, another 4-star prospect. And then, of course, Temple edge, Jamarian Carlton. Those are 3 guys that I just feel like Baylor needs to find a way to really do a good job at keeping guys home. And those are 3 guys that I think Baylor's got a good shot at. They're going to be on campus this weekend. They've been on campus a ton, have a ton of interest in Baylor. I just think that's one of the biggest storylines that we're going to find out about, at the end of this 2026 cycle and what those guys decide to do. Outside of that, I'm looking at Carson Hall. What's he going to do at the edge position? Who's he going to bring in there? They have a couple guys on the list, working on getting a couple other guys in for the visit on Sunday. Jamarian Carlton is obviously the headliner there right now, but I also really like Julian Hugo out at Cibolo Steel, and he'll be in there this weekend as well. And then Paul Gonzalez, obviously coaching the defensive backs, who's he going to bring in? Who's he going to target? It's a pretty good group. Jamarian Vincent at Connolly, Lancaster cornerback Victor Lincoln, who just decommitted from SMU. I think Baylor's in a good position there. Panther Creek cornerback Donovan Webb, who is just absolutely, he's unranked right now, but his offer list is absolutely exploding over the last week. He's going to end up being a top 100 player, I think, in the country. He is a really, really good prospect. And then they got a bunch of athletes who could flip over to that cornerback position as well. So in general, those are kind of the biggest storylines. Of course, all 4 commits in the 2026 class will be there as well, which kind of headlines the whole thing. And now they're just trying to build off of that. And they have a good opportunity to do so this weekend.
Well, back in the early, when Baylor made the turn, obviously RG3 being from Copper's Cove, but he had committed to Houston, then Art moves to Baylor and that connection. But when they got Ahmad Dixon, who was at a JUCO at the time, but a midway kid, Bo Blackshear, who was just a solid college football player on the defensive line, Tevin Reese out of Temple. Eventually they got Seastrunk to transfer from Oregon. Then it was the Andrew Billings recruitment. They need the coaching staff needs to get a hold of Phil Bennett, and Phil Bennett needs to give him that speech he gave Andrew Billings that, my God, you're not leaving your hometown to go anywhere else, because it looked like he was headed to TCU, and he decided to stay home at Baylor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely some secret sauce there, but I would also say, Baylor's trending in the right direction. They just got Jackson Blackwell in this class out of Lorena, and that's a great start. They got, of course, Jaden Porter as well. So you're talking about 2 guys with really, really good offer lists. And obviously Jaden was a 4-star prospect. Jackson Blackwell, you look at his offer list and it's fantastic. A lot of coaches really wanted him. He went on a bunch of official visits and Baylor was able to close the deal there as well. So there's 2 very recent examples, but when you look at the 3 in this class, and there's going to be more, I think there's a couple more guys I think are going to get offered, especially when you look at Copper's Cove and Clean Shoemaker. There's a couple guys there that I'm keeping my eye on who could get offered for the 2026 class or could become kind of priority targets. But I just think this is a very important one because there's a lot of talent in the 2026 class. And the 3 that I've mentioned earlier have been priority targets for multiple years now. I mean, it's not like Baylor's late to the party here. Mm-hmm. They have been in on these guys for a long time, put a lot of time and energy and investment in these guys. And now it's just about, closing the deal with these local kids. Because as time progresses, you're going to have classes like this and you're going to need to take advantage of it. If you want to really control your recruiting area, your Central Texas area, it's very important. I think Baylor is they're on a good track to do so, I think.
Yeah, there's no question. I'm going through the Central Texas nominations for what I do with my all Smoky team. And like even the sophomore with KJ Ziegler, the running back down south, and many others. The Colleen schools this year had some explosive playmakers, but also some dudes in the trenches. Grayson, as always, great stuff, man. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, and good luck with all moving and like I say, bobbing and weaving through all that information and trips.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Grayson Grundhafer with us on getting the young man from Ohio State who will join us here in about 15 or 20 minutes. Also today, John Cooper from Our Lad's Guide to the NFL Draft. He will join us and be a part of the show as we hit, of course, the weekend. The East-West Shrine Game workouts have begun. We might get a player or 2 early next week or throughout the week as they head towards the game, which is not, of course, until next Thursday at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. When we come back, we have a couple of more college football notes, a couple of other notes to get to on maybe rankings, not preseason rankings. We know they're there, but a couple of other notes. We'll get to that and more. And this is 365 Sports. The Baylor Club, Paul, you have been there before. Is Friday still always like shrimp?
It's always something different that they do. Like there's a special menu or, usually shrimp is on it. So if you wanted to go tonight, Smokey, you could get some shrimp. I know you're a big shrimp guy.
I love shrimp.
But it's always something cool on Friday night, something different. They like to change it up. They go off speed on Friday nights.
Yeah, they
Work
do.
the corners.
The cuisine is delicious. It's and a lot of it too, and of course they do a lot of the tasting events and so much more. And then of course tomorrow, don't forget the recharge and retweet. I cannot say it. I can't say retreat. I can't do it. It's a word I can't say. Recharge and retreat. Membership Open House Wellness Expo inside McLean Stadium, inside the Baylor Club. That is coming up again tomorrow. Also, you have the, the 24th is today. So here's what they have. The entrees are port wine and mushroom chicken, fried catfish, and, of course, prime rib. The desserts are butterscotch pecan bread pudding, assorted mini type of desserts as well. Soup, chicken and rice, mixed salads, all of that available. And the sides are spicy popper dip, seasonal vegetables, oven roasted potatoes at the Baylor Club. Tell them you watch or are part of what you do with 365 Sports and SicEm365.com, and you will get a really nice offer to become a member of the Baylor Club inside McLean Stadium off I-35 in Waco.
I'm Mark Stewart with Bird Colgan Ford. It's that time of year, it's football season. Bird Colgan Ford is a proud supporter of the best high school football right here in Central Texas. BK Ford is proud to sell the #1 selling truck in Texas, the F-Series truck, 47 years in a row. Come see the largest showroom in Texas and experience better at Bird Colgan Ford. Established in 2007 and independently owned, Alliance Bank Central Texas is committed to helping families and businesses meet their financial goals. From their tellers to their board of directors, they know the importance of superior service and competitive products. Customers have confidence knowing that their financial needs are in good hands. It's your bank, Alliance Bank Central Texas, with 2 Waco locations, 4721 Bosque Boulevard and 191 Archway Drive on Highway 84, and at AllianceBankTexas.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
It's football and tailgate season. If you want product for the grill or smoker, charcoal, seasonings, marinades, sauces, Waco Custom Marketplace is your home to help prep, cook, and enjoy your food. Tailgate must-like brisket, tri-tip, fresh-made burgers, sausage, chicken wings, and if you want steaks, call in your order and pick them up. Bacon wrap fillets or any kind of ribeyes. USDA Select Choice and Prime that melt in your mouth. House-made sausage and jerky. Also, Waco Custom Marketplace, a one-stop shop for tailgating, barbecue, cook-offs, and family get-togethers, fundraisers with fair prices to you, the customer. A bakery with fresh baked bread and kolaches. There's cold beer, wine, and soft drinks. Serving Waco restaurants and families since 1940. A cut above the rest. Waco Custom Marketplace, open Monday through Saturday at 425 Lake Air Drive in Waco.
Pizza, burgers, and Bears football. There's no place around Waco that serves them all other than Bubba's 33. Come show your green and gold and enjoy some of Waco's best food and beverages while watching your favorite team, the Bears. When real Bears fans get hungry, Bubba's 33 is the #1 spot for ice-cold drinks, hand-stretched, stone-baked pizzas, and bacon-infused burgers. Join us for indoor or patio dining. Bubba's 33, Waco's restaurant and proud supporter of Baylor Bears football. Sick 'em, Bears.
This is 365 Sports. Text us at 254-339-1122. The text line is sponsored by Riverbend's Liquor and Wine, with the most extensive variety of craft beer in Waco. A hidden gem on Lakeshore Drive and 19th Street.
NFL Conference Championship weekend, Philadelphia hosting Washington, and then the game in the later in the afternoon, Kansas City and Buffalo. All right, let's discuss the 4 quarterbacks and their college careers. Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, and Jalen Hurts. Think about those 4 guys. Now, Josh Allen was overlooked at Wyoming, not on the radar much, but everyone knew he was fantastic, a tremendous talent. But you look at the career that Hurts had at Alabama and Oklahoma, Patrick Mahomes at Tech, and then, of course, as you said, who, Craig? Jaden Daniels?
I didn't say anything.
Who said Garrett? Oh, Garrett.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Former Arizona State and LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels. Those are some dudes. But you really almost need them. Even if Lamar Jackson in Baltimore had won, then you'd have Lamar Jackson, a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, they have, and one of them was a 0-star recruit too. I'm sure they're going to mention that about Josh Allen. But yeah, this is a great 4 quarterbacks. I mean, for the top. I mean, Lamar Jackson's not in it. outside of that, like of the rock star QBs in the league, I think there's nobody I'm thinking that would be really missing in the, like, if you had the festival of like the rock festival, this would be headliner day, right? Throw Lamar Jackson in there. He's kind of the headliner day. And then everybody else in the league after those 5,
Burrow?
I think. Yeah, Burrow. Okay, yeah. Burrow is probably the – Am I missing someone in that? That's like a rock star quarterback that's not in this thing?
You had guys that have been either really close to winning the Heisman or they did win the Heisman. Yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it. Burrow,
like Aaron Rodgers is, he used to be a big time rock star, but now
he's
like day
rock
one of
star
like
who's
really
gained 30 pounds and is like touring lesser venues at this point. He's not.
Yeah, he's on his way out. He's like watching Metallica now, right?
He's like, no, they're still pretty big.
Okay.
He's like Jeff Bridges at in that Crazy Heart. Did you ever see that one, Smokey? Crazy Heart, where he was like an old country singer. He's playing like bowling alleys and stuff.
I'm not a big country fan. I'm not going to watch a movie about what. Jared Goff obviously was close, a good player when he was in college, but Baker Mayfield, but he's not thought of as that upper echelon. Had a great year with Tampa Bay, but I would think that if other than Lamar Jackson not being a part of it, this is a hellacious group of quarterbacks in the conference championship games.
The only other one would be Joe Burrow, I guess, just in the star power. I'm sure it's been mentioned elsewhere, but 3 of the quarterbacks are black quarterbacks. And if you go back to years past and just the lack thereof or, the lack of opportunity or whatever it may have been over the course of football history, like that's just not the case at all anymore. I mean, half the league, I think, is black quarterbacks at this point or pretty close to it. It may even be more than that for all I know off the top of my head. But I think that's obviously a storyline for some as well. Just the youth movement of guys who are very young. It's not 40-year-old Tom Brady and 37-year-old Aaron Rodgers. It's guys who are all still in their 20s? I mean, I don't know how old Josh Allen is, but, I mean, pretty much all these guys
pretty young still,
are, sub 30 years old. So you've got young guys that are going to be the faces of the league, not just now and have been in the cases of Mahomes and to a lesser extent of Josh Allen, but they look like all 4 of them should be guys that we're talking about for another 5 years minimum, quite frankly. So, I think it's a very good thing for the NFL to have this group because they're 4 of your most popular players. They've got massive fan bases, and they're fun teams to watch. So for a variety of different reasons, this is an eclectic and talented group that should pull in a lot of eyeballs. The NFL is going to draw eyeballs even when Trent Dilfer's the quarterback, but I think there is something that's a little more snazzy and fun about these guys.
By the way, I can go through the list quicker of teams without black quarterbacks.
I just wrote down at least half the league starting quarterback.
The entire AFC East, no. 3 of the 4 teams in the NFC East. AFC East, no. 3 of the 4 teams in the AFC North. Joe Burrow's the only one. In the NFC North, 2 of the 4 teams, the Bears and Packers, have black quarterbacks. The other 2 don't. The Texans, Colts, both have them. The Titans, TBD. Jaguars don't have one. Falcons, black quarterback. Panthers, black quarterback. Chiefs do in the AFC West, and then 2 of the 4 teams in the NFC West. So more than half the league.
Okay.
And then there'll be 2 more with Shedeur and Cam Ward after the draft because they'll be drafted to be starters most likely. But no, that's just something that's obviously flipped on its head the last few years, going from little to almost, probably none in some years to over half the league and growing. So that's definitely something that's been unique to these last few seasons, just how that's grown and how that position has changed from your just typical Joe Montana and John Elway and those guys. There's been a movement, and you're seeing it in full force right now.
All right, let's just, rather than how you did it.
Sorry.
Lamar Jackson, Geno Smith, Kyler Murray, Patrick Mahomes, C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, Tua, Russell Wilson, Bryce Young, Jameis Winston, Dak. Okay, Dak Prescott, Michael Penix, and Anthony Richardson. That's a pretty chunk. I may have missed one or two of the ones who played quite a bit. Of course, Dak was out for most of the year, or a lot of the year this year.
You know what I think is silly and crazy about racism, and I'll never understand it, is that especially in a world like sports where your only currency is winning, and winning is giving. So that's why sports has been the thing that always kind of brings us together, because it's the one thing where you're like, hey, I don't care, anything else about you other than, can you help me beat those guys? Like, that's the thing. Sports and the military are supposed to be like that, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, all these other things that are different about you and me, it doesn't matter. We're united for a goal of winning, right? Of being better than the guys across from us, the people across from us. And to do that and decide, especially at one position, like, well, I'm only going to look at certain guys for this. You're like, well, you look at certain guys for every other position, especially even after desegregation, you would apply that logic to every other position. But for quarterback, you wouldn't do it. It's just such a silly thing, and it just shows you how stupid it is to believe those things.
I agree. I said something one time, and somebody told me that they can't believe that I actually said what I said. Is that I would not have even brought up that topic about how many black quarterbacks are in the semifinals or the championship games or whatever, but it's still there. There's still that. You'll see an article or two, and of course, same thing with head coaches. But there we are. So we all know that all of us in this room will be rooting for the Washington Commanders on Sunday. You can't root for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't. I don't know.
Dude, you want Philly to win another Super Bowl?
No, I don't want Philly to win anything
I don't
ever.
think so.
No.
Do you realize that means that's how bad Washington has been? Because there was a time, and of course, many years ago, there is no way.
It would have been flipped.
No way. If Dallas was playing Philly, Garrett, who would you want to see win?
Me, Philly.
Yeah,
definitely Philly if they were playing.
That's part of my blood, right?
Yeah, I want to see Jerry suffer. I mean, basically, I want to see him not win any more Super Bowls. No, I don't want Dallas to get 6 and keep pace. They've already seen the Patriots pass them up. Steelers have passed them up, right? 49ers should have passed them up by now, but they just can't win the Super Bowl. So it's been interesting to see that kind of shift during this drought for Dallas. And you screw around, and Philly's going to suddenly have 3 and be tied with Washington. That's another reason why I want Washington to win, period. But they've got 3, and Philly's got 1?
Yes, they have the one on the throwback.
So
Philly
for some
special.
reason I was in my head, I thought they might have 2 by now, but no, it's just a 1. So yeah, I need them to stick at 1 and just not catching up to everybody else in the NFC East at this point. But yeah, if I'm a Dallas fan, Washington would suck, but dude, they're a fun story. The Eagles are that's your arch enemy right now. Be perfectly honest.
Part of me thought that hey, if the Eagles win, then that will be Jerry going, oh, crap, the Eagles won again. But since he clearly doesn't notice what the other 31 teams are doing at any given moment, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter. So I'm hoping for a Commanders-Bills Super Bowl would be great.
I think if Washington wins a Super Bowl, Jerry's
that's a kick in the nuts, man.
It is, but here's the thing. The guy that he hated is gone.
It's not about Dan Snyder, though. It's about the fact that they were as dead of a franchise as you could possibly have. And in
a year.
Less than 1 year, Josh Harris, it's not going to happen. But he swoops in and gets them to the Super Bowl or wins the Super Bowl. What a bitter pill that would be to swallow.
Because Philadelphia's been around. They've been knocking on this door.
And they did it with half your freaking guys.
I can't imagine you could want Washington to win rather than Philadelphia.
I'd rather deal with Washington fans than deal with Philly fans.
Yeah. The teams who have Washington, if they were to happen to get there, with 4 Super Bowls, they have 3. Chiefs, Giants, Packers, and then the Cowboys and Niners have 5. And you're right, San Francisco's been knocking on that door. Steelers, Patriots with 6. And
for a long time, it was just 49ers and Cowboys.
And Steelers.
No, they had 4 for a while, and then they won their 5th, and then it was the 3 with 5, and then they won their 6th. And and San Francisco and Dallas haven't won any in that entire time frame. So it was, I believe, just those 2 for a while, because the Steelers had the 4 Bradshaw Super Bowls, but they didn't have anything up until decades later, finally winning again. But I remember looking at it when I was a kid. The Redskins have 3 Super Bowls. Dallas has 4. Oh, no, they have 5. And it hasn't changed since 1997.
The 49ers' last Super Bowl, is this right? Was the 94 season when they beat Dallas? Good God, that's a long stretch. Yeah. All right, when we come back, so I was able to have a chance to visit with Baylor's latest recruit, Ohio State cornerback and transfer Calvin Simpson-Hunt. He joined me earlier today. We have that. John Cooper, Our Lad's Guide to the NFL Draft, still around the corner. John Machota with Paul and the Cowboys, and our conversation with Baylor men's basketball coach Scott Drew. That and this top 5. Also, all of that coming up. This is 365 Sports. TexasBeefHouse.com. I went into my deep freeze. I have a balcony that's on the back of my condo that just walk out the door. It's a fairly decent size balcony. Deep freeze back there. I'm probably now giving that away where you could rate it and get whatever food you want. But I have a box that just says Texas Beef House with all of the great product that they have. You can go online, look for the next time that they have an auction, and get what you want when it comes to beef, steak, Angus cattle, Wagyu beef, and just delicious. I took a steak out, put it in my refrigerator, probably going to try to cook that sometime tomorrow night. I won't be able to eat on Sunday with the game coming up in the early afternoon. I'll just be all puckered up. But if you love steak, they have it. They will have another auction coming up. They'll have usually 1, 2, or even sometimes 3 per month, where you go online. Bidonbeef.com is a page that you could find when you go to Texas Beef House. And it's like walking into a grocery store, but they have already set the price for you. You could go buy some steaks that might be $45 for a couple of ribeyes, or maybe it's less, or whatever. They allow you to go, that's what I want, that's what I'm going to pay for. Stay in the bidding, maybe go as high as you want, and then if you want to, walk away. Or when you do win one of the lots that have steaks, ribeyes, whatever, they will send it to you. TexasBeefHouse.com, just outside of Tyler, the Duval Ranch, TexasBeefHouse.com.
Baylor Scott and White Southwest Sports Medicine Orthopedics, the team physicians for Baylor Athletics, diagnosing and treating all sports-related injuries, including concussions. These specialists also provide orthopedic services for athletes and non-athletes alike, whether it's knee or shoulder pain, a wrist injury, orthopedic spine care, and even an arthritis and total joint clinic. Trust the doctors Baylor Athletics trust. Baylor Scott and White Southwest Sports Medicine Orthopedics wants to get you back in the game.
Ready to take your business to the next level? Carrion Solutions has got you covered. We deliver world-class IT consulting, including Quest On Demand and Migration Manager, M365 and Exchange migrations, Active Directory assessments, security hardening, and Windows Server upgrades. Our experts specialize in consulting, monitoring, support, and managed IT services. We promise vision, professionalism, and unbeatable value. Satisfaction guaranteed. If you're not happy, we make it right. Remember the name Carrion Solutions. For more info, email sales@carrionsolutions.com or visit carrionsolutions.com. That's CARRION Solutions.com. Carrion Solutions IT success guaranteed.
Developed by Startup Waco, a nonprofit organization, GXG is a program designed to support the entrepreneurial development of Baylor University student athletes through NIL activations. The program helps student athletes maximize their platforms and offers a comprehensive support system for them to create and grow new businesses that not only benefit themselves, but also uplift the local economy. Fans who wish to support student athletes can donate to GXG via the GXG NIL Fund, BaylorBears.com/GXG. Contributions to support NIL activations through GXG can be made at BaylorBears.com/GXG. For more information, follow @GXG_GreenXGold on social media and visit the official website www.gxg.startupwaco.com. GXG GXG, empowering student-athlete entrepreneurship and uplifting the local economy through NIL activations.
This is 365 Sports, powered by Sikkim365.com.
The 4 o'clock hour is sponsored by Boozer's Jewelers, the wedding ring store, specializing in custom jewelry and repair, all in-house.
Now here's David Smoak, Paul Catalina, and Craig Smoak.
He is now part of the Baylor football team. Calvin Simpson Hunt, Ohio State transfer, played at Waxahachie High School with Shane Tollison with us on 365 Sports. So, man, what a whirlwind for you, right? You win a national championship ring, and yet because of the way the process works, you're now headed to play at Baylor. Can you tell me kind of how quickly all this came about?
It came pretty quick, pretty much. Coming back from Atlanta, I was on the next flight to Waco in Dallas to come see the school, and it's been a long 48 hours for the past 48 hours, but it's been a good experience so far. So, and I'm excited to get to Waco.
Was there a connection with Baylor that made this easier? Is it closer to home? It is. Obviously, Waxahachie about an hour away. What was the lure of getting to Baylor?
The people. I knew Powledge before he was there, and he was the main ones that got me there.
Your story is amazing. I talked to Coach Tollison last night, and he loves you. He said Calvin Simpson Hunt is a better human being than he is a football player, and he's a very talented football player. What does that mean to you?
Man, that means a lot coming from Coach Tolley, man. Because I was with him he wasn't with me the whole time in high school, but he was with me for the last 2 years. That really changed my high school experience and all the process going through those last 2 years and how far I've gone since then.
I was told you didn't go to any camps, that you just let what you do speak for itself. Did you go to many camps or 7-on-7 or anything like that?
Nope, I didn't do it. I did one game of 7-on-7, and that was because they were close. But other than that, I didn't go to any camps, any 7-on-7. I didn't do much outside the school. I think that the pressure for whether you're a blue chip player or somebody's trying to get seen, it's the money that's spent, the time that's spent. Yes, it might be worth it in the end, but was it just you wanted to enjoy your life and let what you do speak for itself? That was one of the main reasons, but another reason was I just believed in my high school education system, the sports system. I believe that they had a nice plan, and I didn't really need to do too much out of that. That would get me developed faster than what they were developing me in, because I was in multiple sports. I was there doing the workouts that I needed to do. It was, if I did anything outside of that, it would have been like a bigger toll than what I wanted to do and wanted to get from the school. You mentioned the last 48 hours have been a whirlwind. Atlanta, Ohio State, you win a championship, a national championship, and what a run it was, and what a streak after the disappointing end of the regular season against Michigan. What's it like to you'll be getting a ring? What's it like to be a national champ? Man, it doesn't even feel real, to be honest, because I came from a place where this year the main thing that helped us win a national championship is everyone's belief and faith, and that was the pushing point. And I think it speaks for itself that Notre Dame is also a faith school, and Ohio State also pushed faith this past year, and I think that's what main opening path was to the national championship. Well, then you'll fit in perfectly with Baylor's mission statement, right? Is that something you know and attracted you as well? Yeah, I've always been into my faith. So that was just a given when I knew Baylor's private school, all that, and their belief in faith.
You were raised by a single parent. Your mother is a very proud Jamaican family, from a Jamaican family. Your brother and or sister or both have served or are serving in the Navy. Is that correct? Can you tell me a little bit about their story?
Yeah, it's crazy to ask because I do come from a military background. Majority of my family was in the military, Navy to be specific. But yeah, they're still in the military. And while my mother is Jamaican, my two siblings are Canadian, if you believe that.
It's a pretty good mix, huh?
Yep.
So I don't even know what that makes you. What is that? So are you a Jamaican Canadian American? Well, how does that?
Technically, I'll be a Jamaican American.
Right.
Because I'm the only one that was actually born within the U.S. borders.
All right. My last name, by the way, is Smoak, Smoak. And didn't you play with Davis Robinson at Waxahachie, who's at SMU, and his nickname is Smoak?
Yeah, I did. That's a crazy. How you even know that?
Well, I do my research, man. I talk with some people, but also I covered you when Midway was a part of that district, or you in the postseason. You did. Waxahachie's played in the last 2 years and won, but we did a game with Waxahachie, and you were a part of Keith Abney, Smoak. And then also you and Shane Tollison, to this day, I know you guys played Westfield, who's unbelievably gifted, says to me that was the best defensive team he has ever coached.
Oh, yeah. So sometimes I look back at sometimes we tease our younger class that was after us and still tell them that their defense was nothing compared to our class. We joke about it.
What was it like to be in that district with Duncanville? My God, DeSoto. Cedar Hill was a little bit down, but they're kind of coming back. And Waxahachie's the one among all the others that Mansfield was a part of it. Now they're in a different district. That was a ridiculous district with state champions coming out of there. How much did that help prepare you for college football?
It prepared me a lot. They called it the District of Doom.
Yep.
Because there's so many big schools coming out of there, but it helped me a lot, especially Duncanville, DeSoto, all the Division I athletes that come out of these schools and play on the team each year. It's pretty much playing like a sub D3 school already in high school, pretty much.
Bunch of great players. You guys competed with that. Coach Pallage, obviously Paul Gonzalez now, who comes over from TCU, a well-respected defensive coach. Coach Pallage with what he's done, Baylor, Oregon, and back to Baylor. Coach Aranda with what he does. What have they said about where you fit in? Obviously, they need a lockdown-type player in the secondary. Everybody does, and what you'll bring to the table.
More or less, the main thing I'll bring to the room is just the size. Size is the main component. Because I'd say I'm one of the bigger corners on the end, especially with the weight to height ratio. So that was the main one. So physicality was a good one.
And a 10-600, which is incredible to have the size, the speed, and all that too. Who are you more of a fan of, Star Wars or Marvel?
Marvel, without a doubt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think if you see my car, you would you wouldn't be surprised which one I'm more of a fan of.
All right, so the 2024 Mustang Dark Horse with purple Black Panther wrap and custom wheels, you mean that one?
Oh, yeah, that one.
How did that come about? Let me know, because I think it's great. Now, I'm older. I'm 65, so I had to talk to my younger co-hosts, both Paul, Catalina, and my son Craig, and hey, you guys help me brush up on, I know Star Wars, but I never was really someone that went to all the movies. And, of course, Marvel back in the day, even with me, but now it's changed a lot. How did the car come about? Is that special, obviously custom ordered? And what is that like having a child?
Pretty much. It's like I take care of it to the best of my ability, pretty much wash it every week. I've washed it like recently because of the snow and all that, but pretty much washing it every week. It came about because I always wanted a themed car after going to a car show. I thought it would be cool to have have a show car also. And I thought that Black Panther, favorite Marvel character, was going to be the perfect theme for the car.
Is that the way you play the game, like the Black Panther?
I wish. I mean, his abilities is crazy. If I was Black Panther, I think I'd be doing a lot more than football.
You'd be out there saving the world and stuff. Besides the Black Panther, who's your next favorite Marvel character?
Iron Man. So the Iron Man trilogy was pretty much my favorite Marvel under Black Panther movie. The Iron Man trilogy is my favorite Marvel movies. Those I commonly rewatch. And every movie there is.
The Star Wars part that you also are somewhat in touch with, one of the co-hosts, Paul, asked me, did Han shoot first?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. I haven't watched Star Wars in so long. I gotta watch those movies again. Apparently, yeah, because I stopped. Cause I kind of like lost it a little bit after they changed the director of Star Wars, so it got more kid friendly after a while, and like it started like veering off the path. So I was like, yeah, I don't know. A lot of people were angry about the director change.
Yeah, I wish sometimes they would just take something that's great, whether it's that or any kind of a movie, and then they start doing the extra movie, the trilogy, all that, and you just stick to what made it great, right?
Yep. That's a fact.
Which Avenger would you want to be?
Outside of Black Panther, I'll probably... Oh, that one's hard. I feel like out of all of them, because of the status, I would do Iron Man because he has like, you know, the most money. He's rich and all that. He's smart. But I think power-wise, I'll probably go with Thor.
Yeah. That's even back when I was younger. We used to watch when I read the comic books and stuff like that. You know, you did not know you'd be talking about that when I asked you to come on and discuss your commitment to Baylor. You seem to be. I was told you were like really maybe introverted, which means sometimes quiet or whatever. Man, you got a hell of a personality, and you sound like. And why wouldn't you be happy? You have a national championship in your history. You're a part of that just recently, and now you're going to be able to be playing close to home and at a school that you're looking forward to with coaches you know. Are you like at peace right now? And how do you feel about all this?
No, I feel good about it. You know, like it's all happening a lot in a few times, but once it gets past this little sped up part, then it'll just be like smooth sailing from there. And yeah, I am pretty happy. This is like the first thing I've ever like won for real. Because I've done Pee Wee football and all that, but I never won a like championship in that league. In high school, never won the state championship. We always fell short to either like Duncanville, DeSoto, or something along those lines. So it's nice winning something good like that. Because even in the All-American, even in the All-Star Bowls, the Polynesian Bowl, my team lost that one. Then even in the Adidas All-American Bowl, I lost that game too. So like dang, how many times can I get something?
Yeah, you'll be getting that. Baylor coming off a year of great momentum after a couple of years that were a struggle. Calvin Simpson-Hunt, great to talk to you, young man. We appreciate it. Who inspired you the most as you were growing up? Was it your mother? Was it your siblings? Was it they always were able to help you have this drive to be great?
My mother, for one, she was a good job, but also my siblings. I grew up watching what my brother done and because he's the oldest, so the oldest got to figure out everything, figure out everything in life way before we do, and have to figure it out without anyone showing them the way. So he was the main motivation for me.
Are you in Columbus? Or are you on your way back to Texas? Will you drive your car? Will it be shipped? How does all that work out?
Yeah, I'm in Columbus right now. The part on moving, maybe I'll get it shipped, but I don't think I want anyone else touching the car unless I might take the chance and drive that one back down. Just for any mishaps that might happen. They could be like a 5-star moving company, but if someone crashes into something happens out of their control, it's gonna be like, dang, I'll probably do that.
Of course, yeah. You want to protect it, like you said. It's like a child. That's your baby, so you want to be with it all the time. Calvin, it's a great story. I don't know if you know or the reaction about how pumped up Baylor fans are. Obviously, they feel good about the momentum. They didn't win the bowl game, but when your commitment came down in the last 24 hours or so, there was this explosion of excitement, like a lot of fan bases have when somebody commits, but especially with your credentials. Have you felt that?
Oh, yeah. I felt even from the coaches, they feel that they're coming from a momentum after the end of the season, and they feel like they're gonna, once this next season gets started, they're gonna be hitting the ball rolling.
Do you compare? How much have you gotten to actually talk to Coach Aranda and visit with him? I know you visited, but when you think about Star Wars and you think about even like Return of the Jedi and whatever, there have been thoughts that Dave Aranda might be a Jedi.
Yeah, I do definitely get that that vibe from him. Talking, just that Jedi master feel. Might pull out a green lightsaber because he's I guess, if we're just in the office talking and you need something across the room, he might float it over to you. But,
That's great, man. I think he can do that. He can do that.
Yeah.
Enjoy what you have in front of you. Enjoy what you've experienced this week in Atlanta with the national championship. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much. I love your story. Look forward to meeting you down the road, and have a great rest of the week.
Yep, you too. Thank you.
Calvin Simpson-Hunt, Waxahachie High School, Ohio State, and now Baylor on 365 Sports. So he sent me a picture of his car, the Black Panther, and there it is.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely much more of a Marvel fan.
Yep, he knows Star Wars. He brought that up. I mentioned the Jedi part of it, and there's his Instagram, and I have an Instagram account. I didn't even realize what it was. He asked me, sent him to me. I sent him to Garrett. Beautiful, beautiful car, but he doesn't know if he's going to drive it himself from Columbus, or he's not sure he can trust a 5-star moving company. That, what if somebody runs into their van or whatever? So he loves that car. So,
I don't know if I would trust him either.
Yep, so he's going to bring that back down. So if you see that roaming around Waco, that is the latest young man to join the Baylor football program. Former Ohio State cornerback Calvin Simpson-Hunt. When we come back, John Cooper, our lad's guide to the NFL draft. Scott Drew also, and John Machota covers the Cowboys for theathletic.com. The good times continue at Allen Samuels, Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Fiat as you enter the weekend, closing out the month of January with about a week left. Huge discounts on the Jeep Wagoneers, the Grand Wagoneers, plus You can get 3.9% financing for 72 months. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, the most decorated SUV in history, starting at $35,925 plus tax, title, and license. A car loaded with accessories like adaptive cruise control, full speed, forward collision warning, park view, backup camera, and a lot more. A 5-star safety rating. 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year for the 7th time. The Ram 1500. 7 different times they've won that prestigious award. That is on the lot. And they have the Jeep Compass starting at $25,995 the lot. Value bundled up in that car that I drove, a loaner car with them for quite some time. Lane management system, full speed, forward collision warning, blind spot, cross path detection, UCADET 5 radio system, 8.4 touchscreen, and also the display that just lights up your car. It is Alan Samuels, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Loop 340 east of 84 in Waco, David Gray, new car sales manager, and Ted Teague, the general manager and CEO.
If you want quality and personalized service for all your air conditioning and heating needs, call Tradesman Services. They're a family-owned and operated company that has served Texans for over 30 years. Tradesman offers maintenance plans starting at just $12 per month and a free service call for all new customers. They're also experts in geothermal design, installation, and service. Visit them online at coolingwaco.com.
Get ready, Baylor fans. The ultimate game weekend experience awaits you at the Baylor Club. Kick off your weekend with our Friday Night Live pep rally. With live entertainment and special appearances from the Baylor Spirit Squad, it's the perfect way to start your game weekend with a roar. On Saturdays, don't miss our Knox Hall tailgate. Enjoy delicious food, ice-cold drinks, and great company as you gear up for the big game. And after the weekend's excitement, wrap it all up with our famous Bear brunches on Sundays. Don't wait. Make your game weekends legendary with a Baylor Club membership today.
There are 26 letters in the alphabet, over 600,000 words in the dictionary, and just 3 of them said together can change everything. Let's order pizza. Those 3 words lead to dough made from scratch and 3 fresh signature cheeses that blanket golden crust in a heavenly melt on Marco's Pizza that'll blow your mind. So visit Marcos.com to order and stop by Marco's Pizza in Belmead, China Spring, Woodway, and in Robinson. Marco's. Pizza lovers get it.
With so many companies and policies out there, it gets so confusing shopping for insurance, and I never know if I'm getting the policy that's right for me. Luckily, I met the team at the Niche Group Insurance Agency. With the Niche Group, you can go to one company and get access to coverage options from many insurance carriers, and you get to speak to a real person about your specific coverage needs. With the Niche Group, I know I'm getting the right coverage at the right price. If you need insurance, talk to the experts at the Niche Group at 1-800-258-8302.
This is 365 Sports.
The Sikkim 365 app is brought to you by Alan Samuels Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat. Come by, let's be friends.
John Cooper, our lad's guide to the NFL Draft, joining us today on a Friday as we head to the weekend. John, thank you for your time. Paul and Craig also, of course, with me too. I would like to get your thoughts, first of all, on the championship games. Yes, we'll discuss draft prospects or whatever, but your thoughts about Washington, Philadelphia, and then the Buffalo Bills in Kansas City against Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Well, first of all, Buffalo and Kansas City, that should be a great game. I watched obviously the Baltimore game. I thought Baltimore was the better team, but you can't be minus 3 in the turnover ratio and expect to win that game. You take one back and they would have, I think the Ravens would have won that game. So Buffalo's defense is vulnerable, in my opinion. I think Kansas City will be able to move the football. It's just a matter of how well Kansas City can do against, Buffalo can do against Kansas City's defense, which is starting to play pretty well. But there's some weaknesses there. I actually think it could be a high-scoring game.
John, what do you think about just looking back at the draft classes of, I think especially when it sticks out about Philadelphia and Washington, they both kind of hit it out of the park this past year, and here they are in the NFC Championship game.
Well, yeah. I mean, Washington, what did they have? 3 wins last year, then a tie.
Yeah.
And they draft Jaden Daniels. They get a new coach, a new system, new coordinators, and they play great football. Their defense was good, but obviously Jaden Daniels is very, very special. We liked him. He was our top quarterback last year, but I'll tell you what, he exceeded our expectations. We didn't think he would necessarily lead Washington into the playoffs, but boy, his accuracy is just tremendous on the deep ball. Some of those balls he throws are just fantastic. I think he is truly a generational talent.
John, we saw Quinshon Judkins declare for the draft earlier today, so both the Buckeyes backs are heading to the draft. But a guy whose name I haven't heard a lot of and clearly has lost some steam, just I guess in general conversation from last year's Oklahoma State running back Ollie Gordon. Had a huge year a year ago. How do you sort of view how this past season went and what that means for him and his draft stock?
It's ironic. I was just talking about him with somebody, and I think he's in the Senior Bowl, and that's going to be big for him. He's going to have to if he shows something there. I don't know whether he had some nagging injuries, but we still think he's a solid football player. Right now he's looking more towards the, into the later second day, third day, possibly. I don't know, but it's a good year for running backs, and so he's going to find himself in a battle. He'll get drafted. I think he's a good player. I think he's better than what people are talking about, and he's one of the guys I'm really anxious to see in this postseason.
What do you think about Judkins?
Well, I like him a lot. I mean, he was part of a really good 1-2 punch at Ohio State. With Henderson. We like Henderson. His breakaway speed and maybe a little bit better, but Judkins is kind of a Mr. Inside. He's Mr. Outside. He can break tackles, but he has decent speed too. Good hands. Those are two really, really good running backs. I think Henderson might be a little higher rated because of the speed and the elusiveness. But they're both really good players.
John Cooper, Our Lad's Guide to the NFL Draft, with us on 365 Sports.
John, we talked before about kind of the precipitous drop-off between the top 2 quarterbacks and kind of everybody else. But where do you see guys, because he's really small, like Dylan Gabriel fitting in, or Will Howard, who might get a jump from the last month of his playing and the way he kind of showed out in the postseason?
Well, yeah, in fact, just to show you how much we are looking for quarterbacks in this draft, and I'm watching the national championship game, and we had been looking at Will Howard. We've been looking at some of the metrics. We've seen him come up, and, we're thinking, oh, maybe this guy could be a guy. He could be the guy that could be the sleeper, and maybe somebody's going to take him in the first round. And I remember after the end of the first half, I texted the guy that does quarterbacks for us, and I says, he's making a case. And then later on, I texted him again. I think we should put him in the top 32. And then after sleeping on it, I said, let's hold off a bit before we jump on the bandwagon here a little bit. But we really like, Will Howard. We think he's I'm anxious to see, how he does, in this All-Star game. He's going to be in the Senior Bowl. Again, he's another one. And I want to watch him very closely and see how he does, how he takes the NFL coaching. Solid player. There's some other quarterbacks. Dylan Gabriel is only 5'11", and legitimately he is 5'11", so he's not going to be really big, but he does all the things very well. He makes all the NFL throws. He's another Senior Bowl prospect we're going to be looking at. Jackson Dart from Mississippi. He plays in a one-read offense, as they say, but he's been very accurate. And, he fell off a little bit the last 3 games, and we were kind of excited about him. And then now we're not so sure. So, there's going to be a lot of evaluating, a lot of going back, looking at tape, and, paralysis by analysis, because this is not a great quarterback class, comparatively speaking, to the other classes we've seen. Nothing like last year. And so some of these guys that, might be 3rd-round picks are going to go higher. We think the 2 quarterbacks that everybody's talking about as the number 1 guys, 1 and 2, whether it's Cam Ward or Shadur Sanders, they're guys that our grades would probably be more towards the upper middle of the first round, but chances are very good that they'll go 1-2.
What's the talk about sticking with quarterbacks here, John? Jalen Milroe, and just where he fits in the conversation.
He's a great athlete, very athletic. his metrics were good. He didn't have a great end of the season. I think the combine, rated him very highly as the number one guy going into the season. We thought he might be the best quarterback in the draft. His accuracy hasn't been the best. It's making some of the throws have not been, what you look for all the time. There's been some inconsistencies, I guess is the best word. But he is a very, very good athlete. He's a creator with his feet. He can make plays on the run. He can gain yards running. He's the athlete of the group. And so, he's going to get a lot of play. People are going to look at him very closely as a guy that you might take. I don't know whether he'd be a first-round pick. At one point, we thought maybe he was, but we haven't made that determination at this point, is where we're going to have him slotted.
Is it his fundamentals? Is it something about the way he throws the ball? Is there anything you see there that might need to be tweaked, or you just let the guy be who he is?
Well, I think a quarterback coach is going to take him and he's going to break him apart, and he's going to look at the mechanics. He's going to see, why have there been some inconsistencies in accuracy? Is it footwork? I think there is some issues with footwork in terms of follow through. That he has thrown off the back foot maybe a time or two. Those are some things that a quarterback coach is going to look at. They're going to look at the lower body. They're going to look at the upper body. They're going to look at the coordination of both and see if there isn't some tweaks they can make to help him with his accuracy. I mean, that's something that Caleb Williams has a problem with. He's not an accurate passer outside the numbers. Those 35-yard throws that you have to make, those intermediate throws outside the numbers, he's got some accuracy issues on those. And, he gets some happy feet. Some of that is because of the pressure he's been under. And I think, that's something that coaches have to look at, getting guys to step up and make the throw under all circumstances.
How many tight ends would you say are in the first 2 days of this draft? More or less than 4?
I think 5 is a possibility. I think there's 2 legitimate first-round picks right now in terms of what we think. We think that Tyler Warren is a definite first-round. Well, both of them, Colston Loveland. We think those 2 guys are definitely first-round picks. There's a couple of guys. There's a good group of tight ends that we would say are really, really good second-day picks. Harold Fannin Jr., very, very good receiver. A tight end from Bowling Green. We're very high on him. And there's a number of other guys that that fall into that category. I think Fannin Jr. would have been the guy we probably liked the best, of that group. Jake, the other guy that we think would be a second rounder, Jake Bringing School. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, from Clemson. Another very good receiver. He's undersized. He's got good height. He's only 235 pounds. But he's playing in the Senior Bowl, so we'll get a good look at him too. Those are the 4 guys that we, at this point, that we kind of like.
You mentioned Will Howard and a lot of others in the chat. Thanks for asking about him and Dylan Gabriel. How much do you think of Ben Johnson can help what has been an issue? Not only the fact he doesn't have a lot of time to throw it. You mentioned Caleb Williams. How much can someone like Ben Johnson calm him down?
Well, I think the first thing they have to do in Chicago is get some offensive linemen that can protect the passer. Because if you watched Chicago Bear film towards the end of the season, he wasn't looking downfield at the snap. He was looking to see who was going to hit him. He was looking at the rush. And, that is deadly for a quarterback. And, he was like a literal deer in headlights, in terms of the way things go. So you have to fix that problem first. You have to get some protection. And he's got to learn to play from the pocket. You can't learn to play from the pocket if there's no pocket. And that's been his weakness. He's made his bones in college with off-platform plays. Some fantastic Patrick Mahomes-type plays. But 60, 70% of his plays were like that when he made a play. Give him a clean pocket, he wasn't so good. His accuracy wasn't as good. And you have to be able to play from the pocket in the NFL. And so, Johnson said in one of the media interviews, he's going to take this team and tear it down, strip it down to the bolts, and build it back up again. And that's basically what you have to do with the offense. And Caleb is a part of that. We're going to have to take a look at his mechanics. We're going to have to fix him. We're going to have to get him in the pocket. and we're going to have to put an offensive line around him that can give him a chance.
So the running back position with two, not Grizzly, but two veterans in Saquon and Derrick Henry having marvelous years. You have Mixon and James Cook and Kyron Williams, and I can go on and on and on with guys that had a really good year. Is that position thought of now differently when it comes to the draft? And there's some great running backs involved, a lot of what could be, who were great in college. Does that now have more value again?
Well, I think, the NFL is, is a trendy league in terms of it's a copycat league. If teams start to do something well, other teams are going to pick up on that. And I think what you saw with Baltimore, and certain teams, that other teams that are trying to do that, the Chargers are doing that as well. They're trying to develop their running game, along with the passing game. And it's kind of old school. We're going to set up the pass with the run. And we're going to, the teams are coming up with these smaller linebackers so that can cover. They're playing with a lot of 6 defensive back sets. Some teams' base defense is the nickel, like Buffalo. Buffalo's not used to playing against, a team that's going to have 2 tight ends out there all the time. And that's why I thought the Ravens would do better in running the ball early on against Buffalo. Buffalo did a good job. And so because of that, teams realize we've got small linebackers out there. Let's put some big backs out there. Let's start running the ball. Let's start blocking these linebackers in space. And make them play bigger linebackers that'll set up the pass a little bit better. And I think you're seeing a trend as teams want big defensive tackles that also can rush the passer. And this is a great year for defensive tackles, too. So it's going to be a real interesting thing. You got great running backs, great defensive tackles, and you're going to see that trend. Hey, we know people want to run the ball. We got to stop them, too. So we got to get the right people in our front 7 that can do that. And, it's a chess game. All the time. And the teams that are versatile and can run the ball and pass the ball, they're going to be the most successful.
What do you think about Nick Nash from San Jose State, who led the nation in receptions this year?
Well, be honest with you, I haven't looked at him a lot. We've looked at other guys, a lot more, at this point in time. And we don't think it's a great year for receivers, right now. But that doesn't mean, it won't be. Our receiver coach has just released the guy who does receivers for us has just started to look at Nick Nash, and he's on the East-West Shrine Bowl list. So that's a guy that's on our radar that we've got to spend some time with simply because of his production.
So last thing from me, John, you have the East-West Shrine game that's in Arlington on the 30th. You have the Senior Bowl week, which of course gets a lot of attention with all the NFL connections, although the East-West Shrine Bowl has coaches from the NFL too. Which of them, both of them are really good. We had Eric, who runs the East-West Shrine Bowl. What in the order is most important? And I may have asked you this before. These all-star type games, the practices before the games, the combine, and or pro day.
I think the practices of the Shrine Bowl and the Senior Bowl are really important because you're going to get to observe NFL coaches working with these guys, showing them what we do in the NFL. And we're going to see technique that we're teaching in the NFL. There's a lot of similarities in the college game, but we're going to do some things a little bit different, in terms of what we want to do. You're going to see, the schemes are going to be different to a degree. Some of the techniques might be different. In other words, you're going to get a new coach. You're going to get somebody that's not your college coach. And, we're going to work with you on certain techniques. We're going to see how you respond to that. We're going to see you against some really elite personnel in some of these one-on-one matchups that you see with both the line and the defensive backs. We're going to see linebackers covering backs out of the backfield. We're going to get to see this isolated. A lot of situations are going to be created in those practices where we can really get to see what you can do in those situations. That's why I think those practices are really important because they create a lot of situations like that.
I try to get questions from the chat room to you when we can. We've asked you a few of them. Ty Robinson, the big defensive lineman from Nebraska, pretty athletic. They had a really good defense. Your thoughts about him?
He's a big kid, real big. He's very, very physical, excellent playing the run. We like him a lot, and we're going to study him some more. we're not 100% sure of him as a pass rusher, as being more than a push guy, but the metrics say he's got the talent to be a good pass rusher. So we think, we haven't looked at every one of his games, but what we've looked at, we've liked, especially his ability to play the run.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Are you traveling a lot, or are you pretty much just stuck where you are? Not stuck where you are, but you're pretty much hanging around close.
I'm hanging around here. We've got 3 guys going to be down at the Senior Bowl. I'm not heading out this year. I'm staying home, watching it, putting together some things that, film work, things that I have to do up here.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you.
You bet. Thanks,
John Cooper, Our Lad's Guide to the NFL Draft. We'll try to have him on as much as we can. We mentioned the East-West Shrine Bowl that is coming up on the 30th, a week from last night, with Eric Galco, and how he'll join us too. And we appreciate all the analysis. And some of you agree with it, some of you don't. That's your opinion. That's their opinion. Not everything's perfect, or everybody would not be drafting 1. No one would ever draft but 32nd or 28th or whatever it might be. Garrett, thank you very much for that, getting him locked in. We are not done. Scott Drew, Baylor men's basketball coach, Paul Catalina, and his visit with John Machota and the Cowboys coaching search and all that swirls around them. If you didn't hear earlier, the Raiders have hired Pete Carroll, and Jacksonville got Cohen anyway after it looked like maybe he was going to go back to Tampa, but they fired Trent Baalke. We've discussed that. Hey, don't forget tonight, 365 Sports tonight at 10:30 on the CW. Emery Winter is working on that, and we're not done. Paul's Top 5 in about an hour. This is 365 Sports.
In Texas, there's pea-size hail and baseball-size hail. Guess which one hit our house? We didn't even know where to begin, but we called our Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent, and he was so reassuring. He knew exactly what to do to get our house back into shape and our lives back to normal. Now, we're even more thankful for the roof over our heads.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
At Ideal MRI, we feel blessed to be part of the Waco community. We're a small family business here in Central Texas. At times like this, the cost of healthcare has never been more important. And unfortunately, significant illnesses and injuries still occur. And that's why Ideal MRI is open and here to serve you through this difficult time. So if you need an MRI, ask your doctor about Ideal MRI. You can schedule online in minutes at idealmri.com or call 833-IDEAL-MRI.
When you work with a bank, you should expect the best of everything. That includes face-to-face personal service and the kind of community banking care that only comes from one neighbor to another. That's exactly what you'll get from the First National Bank of Central Texas, where you will know your banker works just as hard as you do. Once again, that's the First National Bank of Central Texas. Settle for nothing less than the first. Member FDIC.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field, in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in life for generations to come. So get connected, get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
This is 365 Sports, powered by Sikkim365.com. This segment is brought to you by Bud Light. Enjoy the smooth, crisp taste of Bud Light beer. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
National Championship head basketball coach Scott Drew, Utah on the road this weekend. Scott Drew joins Paul Catalina. I'm David Smoak, 365 Sports. I was at the game on Wednesday, the emotions again with you and Coach Tang. So I want to start with a story about you going into their locker room. Huge win, and we'll get to that. Yeah. But you just kind of, have you had coaches do that to you in the past after a loss or a big win?
I don't know after a big win, but after a loss or two, I know my dad used to do that. And again, Coach Tang and I, we've been through all the wars together, and at one point we were 2-8 that one year, and I know what it feels like. And I just wanted to be there and try to encourage their team and encourage their staff, because we know how quick things can turn. But I think all of us can relate. If you're a parent, they always say you're as happy as your unhappiest child. And after the game, really pleased with our effort and the win. But at the same time, I knew Coach Tang and his team was hurting, so just wanted to try to see if I could pick them up a little bit.
Coach, you've got a couple of injuries, especially at the guard spot right now, but you did go into the season deeper at that position than anywhere else. How much of and not just for the players, but for you as a coach throughout, have you learned more about your abilities or how to react to things because you have to go back to the drawing board and go, well, here's our rotation now because this is what's available to us?
Yeah. You love coaching because it's always different. But probably coaches would prefer to have a healthy team so that you can build on things rather than week by week trying to put together stuff. And some years you seem to have more injuries than others. The biggest thing is you just don't want long affecting injuries, and obviously Langston has been that. I know he gets frustrated at times, but he's working really hard. Staff's working hard to get him back. And it'll be nice when that happens. And then as far as Jalen, he's progressed with his ankle and able to put more and more on his plate. And again, we'll look at Langston and Jeremy, and they're listed day to day. And when Dave says they can go, they can go. When he says they can't, they can't. And I follow his lead, but both of them are doing a great job in trying to do everything they can to come back and help the team. And until that time, it allows other people opportunities to step forward. But at the end of the day, in this league, you much rather have all your players going into battle rather than being shorthanded.
This sounds like it's a negative term, and I'm not meaning it to be that way, but is it almost like you had to deal with LJ's long extended, whatever that was, and now with Langston, now Jeremy, does it hold you hostage in a way of being able to get things done?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think every coach kind of goes through, and it's a different day and age. I mean, it used to be you had 13 scholarship players, and people kind of knew their roles and knew maybe this year you might not play much unless there's an injury. And I think the best way I can equate it is in football. Like probably the most valued position might be the number 2 quarterback, because nobody wants to be a number 2 quarterback. So it's really hard having one. But the chances that the first string quarterback doesn't get injured all year, probably pretty rare. So you have to have depth. And I think in this portal, probably the one thing that most coaches will say is everybody across the board will make sure they have more depth in the future.
So VJ got to cook the other night. I mean, during that game, which is something that's going to happen more and more as he gets better and better. Do the circumstances maybe allow for that a little bit now more because you are challenged with some current depth issues?
Yeah, definitely. Everyone knows the Lou Gehrig, Wally Pipp story. I mean, Wally Pipp was the man until Lou Gehrig had an opportunity. So people, when next man up mentality, it does give opportunities to others to step forward, put more on their plate. But I think really you look at it normally this time of year, freshmen aren't freshmen anymore, and they've become sophomores. And Rob and VJ and Jason, I mean, they've seen enough, been in enough games now where they've adjusted to the speed, the physicality, and you hope to get more consistency with freshmen this time of year than you did per se early in the year when a lot of things were new for them.
Is there a chance that you could just tell VJ to tell everybody to clear out and go Carmelo Anthony for you a little bit?
Well, when he's rolling, definitely that's something that you can do more and more of. But that's the beauty of basketball in the collegiate level. In the NBA, you have spacing rules. In college, you can put 5 people in the lane. So really it takes a team to provide space, to provide opportunities for players to be in position to have enough wiggle room per se to make plays. And VJ's ability to shoot the ball, I know early in the year he struggled a little bit, but now I think people are seeing what he's capable of shooting wise, which opens the floor more. But also when with Jalen back, that's another person that opens the floor more for him.
Scott Drew with us on 365 Sports. They have Utah on the road in Salt Lake City.
This is one of the few that you play twice this year, right, Scott? How different is it now to know that you won't get the return trip, or that now it's probably more rare that you do get the return trip?
Well, I think the one thing that we all know is in sports, it's really hard to beat a team twice. And there's just extra motivation when you lose that first game. And then when you win that game, human nature is you tend to think it's going to be easier. So you win that first one, you really got to be on point to get the next one. At the same time, Utah's playing much better basketball. I know they lost at Houston yesterday on the road, which most teams have done in the last couple of years. Tough place to play. Really a top 5 team in the nation. But before that, they'd won 3 in a row and really were playing good basketball, kind of adjusted, playing a bigger lineup, smallest player on the floor, 6'6", 6'9" point guard, and really make it tough to finish over all that length. So it's a different game than when we played them the first time. And at the same time, playing on the road, it's different. I believe they shoot 22% from 3 on the road and 37% from 3 at home. I mean, just the energy of the fans, the familiarity. It's always a blessing when you get a chance to play at home.
How frustrating, and he's a fantastic player, but the grab by Omier, that not only is a foul, you don't let them score, but you had a lot of times when the clock was being stopped and they were going to the line when you finally had kind of gotten control. The basketball IQ factor, and that just seemed like for a guy, a veteran like that wasn't a very smart play.
Well, and one thing about Norchad, sometimes your biggest strength can be your biggest weakness, and he plays with such a motor and such tenacity. Sometimes you just got to know when you can't. You got to shut it down. And to be honest, they made a great move, really hit him hard. He should have taken the charge. And his initial reaction when you get hit that hard is to grab someone as you're falling back. You just can't do that with 2 hands, and then you can't follow it up. But he knew he knew his air right away when we got to the huddle. And again, one thing I love about Norchad, if he makes a mistake, he's going to do it 100%. There is no tiptoeing. There's just full steam ahead, and he gives you everything he has each and every practice and each and every night.
How have you seen the chemistry build through this team now that you're deep into the conference part of the season? Yeah,
well, I think early in the year, everybody's trying to get to know each other. And then you have a couple, we had more quality games in there than most teams, but you have several games, obviously, where you'll have two games where you can get 30, 40, 50-point separations. Then you'll have one game where it could be a one-possession game. And when you get into conference, every game is more that one-possession game. So it really gets you used to being in those situations. And like you look at our first game against TCU, that was really our first close game at home. And sometimes you go through those for the first time, different pressures. You lead all game. Now somebody comes back. This other game against Kansas State, you're down. You come back. But, I mean, all those experiences really form and bond a team. And obviously you want to learn through wins rather than losses. But sometimes those losses and just the toughness you have to deal with those losses brings you closer together. And there's always going to be a highs and lows to every season, but the lows really form teams at times.
How much and what is the plan with Tennessee's Cameron Carr, who has announced that he's going to walk on? Is he available? You need bodies. I was just curious about that.
Yeah, he's somebody that's right now he's going through the process and plans and hopes to walk on once all that's finalized. Wouldn't be able to play this semester, but would be able to practice, and that would be a big help for us in practice. And he's somebody that Coach Armstrong on our staff's really familiar with, coached him, and Link years a school really similar to Baylor, great Christian environment. Family atmosphere. And the good thing is anytime you have a player that's been in a program like Tennessee's and learned from a Hall of Fame type coach in Rick Barnes, I mean, they get better, they improve, and they don't just improve on the court, they improve off the court. So we'll definitely be the beneficiaries of that.
I know you got to go. Jalen Celestine was unbelievable for you in that game. He was critical. It's great to see him step up. Good luck. Enjoy the trip. I know Salt Lake City, and come back with another win. We appreciate your time. Great win on Wednesday night.
Well, thank you. Rumor had it was you were going to go out there and watch a game, go skiing for a couple days, watch another game. I don't know if that's true or not.
I didn't get the message. Did you, Paul? No, I will always remember, though, the trip to Ames when you wanted to show me what it needs to look like, and it's getting, it's still got a ways to go, but what you've been able to creates more of that than ever before. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time.
Well, we have everyone, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Drew, Baylor men's basketball coach with us. Salt Lake City is where they're headed. Utah is who they're playing next. Then they have BYU, and this is 365 Sports.
If you're looking for a wheeled cooler, this is the Arctic 52-quart ultralight wheeled cooler. I hauled it on a deck, I hauled it downstairs, upstairs, grass, gravel, sandy road, mud puddles, the whole bit. And I gotta say, it is pretty darn tough. I really do like the wheels and the tow handle. It's easy to hold on to, even when full. It made it 6 full days with ice present, still keeping cool enough temperatures to keep drinks cold. This is a great cooler. And if you're looking for a new wheeled cooler that tows really nicely, this is a great option.
If your business is like most, you need things done quickly. But if you're still tying your critical applications together on multiple shared public networks, you've probably been feeling the slowdown. And that's no good for business. A private UPN fiber network can get you and your business moving at the speed of light. Whatever you need, we can build it. Internet, Metro Ethernet, Waves, dark fiber. We deliver custom private networks and are focused on business customers only. Our next generation 100% fiber optic infrastructure offers you low latency and ultra scalable bandwidth with speeds up to 100 gigabit to run your critical applications. Your connection won't be limiting your performance anymore. It's diverse and scalable, so it can grow and change as your business grows and changes. And with a secure carrier-grade private network, you'll have all the reliability you need. Contact UPN today to learn more. Fast just got faster.
There are hundreds of things that can affect our sleep, but what's affecting yours? Sleep Doctor's Home Sleep Test brings the precision of a sleep lab into the comfort of home to help you get answers and unlock a lifetime of great sleep. Start now at sleepdoctor.com/TV.
Welcome into Catalina's Cowboys Corner, 365 Sports Rogue Media on the main show once again today, because if there's Cowboys news, I can cross-promote, which I enjoy. And our old friend, John Machota, my favorite Cowboys writer, and I don't care who knows it, is with us. And John, what the hell is going on in this coaching search? I mean, it starts out with, hey, everybody get excited. Deion wants to be the coach. He's one of your favorite ex-Cowboys, and he and Jerry are super close. And then now it's settled on Brian Schottenheimer, who no one else is interviewing or has ever interviewed for a head coaching job. So is this the Jones thinking that they've discovered a diamond in the rough again?
They might spin it that way. If this indeed ends up being, and I do believe that it'll end up being Brian Schottenheimer, but if that is officially who they end up going with, I'm sure that there'll be some talk like that they knew that he had this high upside, and hey, maybe he will be an outstanding head coach. Maybe he'll be a better head coach than he's been an assistant for 25 years. I don't know that, but I'll say this: for a team that is watching or is about to watch their two rivals play to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game this Sunday, and for you to be moving on from your previous coach, you just would have expected a lot more. And all the signs, everything that you've seen up to this point is the Cowboys didn't have like a great plan about what they were going to do next at head coach. And that's pretty disappointing, because we knew going into training camp that this could potentially be McCarthy's last year, since it was the last year of his contract. So to not have a better plan of attack than what they've had, and to ultimately end up with Brian Schottenheimer, it seems like a move that would be kind of like a Cincinnati Bengals, Jacksonville Jaguars type move. It doesn't seem like something that the Dallas Cowboys would do, especially in the times that they're in right now. But here we are.
Do you feel, okay, there are many narratives about the Jones family out there. Do you feel that the fact that they are just a gigantic printing press of money has clouded their judgment on what real success is?
To a certain extent, yeah, I think so. And I say that because it's not like there's been any real major changes with the way things have been run as they've ascended to the number one most valuable sports franchise. And you just look at, again, this Sunday's matchup where you have Washington in there. And so now that makes it to where every other team in the NFC has been to the NFC Championship game within the last 15 years, and you haven't been there in almost 30. Like, to think that you might still be the smartest guy in the room, it like leaves you scratching your head. Like, there's definitely times in the 90s where even after they, moved on from Jimmy and Switzer, that run of 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, that buys you a lot. That's a long landing strip of we can give you the benefit of the doubt. But when it's been 30 years, you don't really get that benefit of the doubt anymore that you're doing things the right way. I mean, this is a great league of parity. You should have made a deep run in the last 15 years. And so that's one part of it. And then the other is that they just make these moves that you're just like, that doesn't line up with a franchise that makes the money that they do. And the fascinating thing about it too, is that you just see, Jerry has said all these times about how if I could write a check to win a Super Bowl, whatever it was, you'd be embarrassed to see the number and all that. And as we sit here right now in a time in the MLB offseason where it just seems like every time you check your phone, the Dodgers are signing someone else, it makes me think that I'm like, I don't know that I believe Jerry anymore on that. I really don't think that even if there wasn't a salary cap, that they would spend like a Dodgers, like where money is no option right now. We're just trying to get a championship. I don't think they would, because if they were that type of team, they would be getting the top head coaching candidates, at least interviewing them, and to not interview Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, never anything with Mike Vrabel, never really anything with Bill Belichick. It just, it leaves you questioning a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, like, they don't even, look, Sean McVay's not been happy in a couple stretches in LA, right? Like, there were times, like, why not go try to get that guy? Like, if you think you're the coach away from doing it, then what does a draft pick matter if the coach away, like Gruden and Tony Dungy, when you switched over because you just needed some kind of new shot in the arm in the locker room? The Bucks, the Glazers, who are not, famously good owners, but they're good enough to like make decisions and get out of the way of them and see how they go. It's not that, because if he says there's a check, well, look, the salary cap is not unnavigatable, but to Stephen Jones, it really is. And I think his attitude kind of permeates through, doesn't it?
It does, for sure, but I don't think that would have an impact on. I mean, there's no salary cap on your coaching staff.
Yeah,
and so that's one of the parts for me where I'm just like, it just shows you a little bit of a glimpse into a bigger picture, and I think Jerry's a big part of that, because whether you talk back in the '90s or as recent as about a half hour after their season ended with their season finale lost to the Commanders at AT&T Stadium, Jerry was talking about that, how there's so many coaches out there and how there'll be 500 coaches at the Senior Bowl, and that he just does not value coaching like all these other organizations do. And that's what brings me back to my point of what's been going on that makes you think that you're smarter than all these other organizations that are doing that are making bigger investments in their coaching staff. What have you accomplished that, other than obviously the value of the team, which I think that obviously we've seen has a lot more to do with the popularity of the brand, the Kardashianism of it, than it does the actual wins and losses. But why would you think that not making a big investment in your head coach isn't that big of a deal? Like, what has gotten you so close in these last 29 years that makes you think that that's a good route to go?
Yeah, I'm perpetually confused by the way that they do things, the way that that they kind of approach this, when the entire league has changed philosophies a couple times based on the now. 2002 Jerry Jones and 2025 Jerry Jones are the exact same person, just older, right?
This Jerry Jones, I feel like by the year gets more and more conservative,
Okay.
so which fits perfectly with, the Netflix series that's going to come out where it talks about him being a wildcatter and a gambler and all that, which he was in the 90s. There's no question about that, but he's not that person now. But it also kind of makes me wonder of just, you had that success finding those coaches back then, and you haven't come close to finding that success since. Why not change some things up? And I just don't see that from Jerry. I don't see them wanting to do things that are a lot different or be outside the box. It's almost like they're comfortable, they're printing money. Let's just keep going in this direction, and maybe one year we'll get lucky and we'll make a deep playoff run and everybody will rejoice. Where I'm to the point now, when I think of the 90s, it makes me think of, I wasn't down here and I wasn't obviously covering the team at the time. I was a young kid, but as much as people talk about how disliked Jerry was when he purchased the team, fires Tom Landry, I would argue I can't imagine that fans aren't as frustrated with him today as they were back then, just because of how long it's been since they've been back to the mountaintop, and then also because of the fact that they do so many moves that just not only leave you scratching your head, but just leave you frustrated.
Yeah. Going back to the start of this season, and I think we talked about this before, it does not seem to me that they set up Mike McCarthy to succeed. So if I were Mike McCarthy going into a negotiation, I would have wanted a raise because I felt that, the things that I might have gone and asked for, because I really have a hard time believing that Mike McCarthy said, hey, give me Zeke Elliott back and we'll run for 1,900 to 2,200 yards as a team. Make sure that we don't shore up the defensive tackle position at least a little bit before training camp so we know what's going on. Please delay all these contract extensions so we don't know what's happening until the last possible minute. Like, I don't think that he would say that. Now, that's not his job, but if you're the head coach and you go in every year saying, all right, here's my opinion on what we need, none of the things that happen in the offseason seem to me, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but that any head coach would go in and ask for.
No, definitely not. The way I've seen it from afar, well, I wouldn't say afar. I mean, I'm pretty close to watching the team. So, but I'm just saying no one has told me this definitively, but you'd have a very difficult time convincing me otherwise. And that's, I thought when I look back at this offseason going into week one, I thought that Jerry went about it as almost like he was punishing Mike for such a disappointing loss against Green Bay and was like, all right, well, we're not going to make any upgrades on this roster. You show me with this season where you're not going to have a lot of better talent that you can get us back to that point. And then obviously you'll get a new contract and we'll rethink things next offseason. But I'm not going to make any big investments in this roster or do anything like that because I'm so stunned and so disappointed and angered at how last season ended when everything was lined up perfect for us. So I'm not going to do you any favors. But the problem with that is that you're not just punishing the head coach, you're punishing yourself as the owner, you're punishing your fans. And I even believe that I had that same feeling as the season was going on and it was going off the tracks because as every week went by and they weren't technically eliminated from the playoffs, I always felt like Jerry had this like storybook thought of how this season could potentially end and that he was going to give Mike every opportunity to maybe get in the playoffs and get hot at the right time. And then maybe next offseason, they're a little bit more aggressive. But Jerry, I don't think will ever admit it, but I do believe that Green Bay loss is why they didn't do very much in the offseason.
Well, that seems to me to be the opposite of what you should do. Like, I guess if I guess every single one of us has a different thing of a team that, like, if I was the owner of this team and I had, all these billions of dollars, if I got embarrassed like that, I would spend my way out of it if I could. I know that they're restricted by the cap, but again, these are all, they don't really.
But here's the thing, though. Even if you felt that way, let's say that you were like, well, I'm up against it in the cap. I'm about to give the Act this contract, CD this contract, and Micah this contract the following offseason. So you're really putting it on your coach like that? Well, when you didn't meet that goal, and we knew with a few weeks left in the season you weren't meeting that goal, then you at least have the actions of, as soon as the season's over, you're the first team interviewing coaches, whether it be Vrabel, whoever.
Yeah.
You have a plan in place because this was your plan all along. And you can make the argument right now, when all the dust settles of all the teams that had head coaching openings, you can make the argument that the Cowboys were the most disorganized, shooting from the hip of all of them.
John, I mean, it's just, and I'm very curious to see how they approach this offseason, given the fact that they're in bigger salary cap jail and have probably the most important contract out of all three of these, given that, I mean, like, if you had to rate, Dak's the most important because he's the quarterback, but like the two guys that they really had to get done are their two legitimate superstars in CD and Micah. And now they have to get Micah done. So it's not going to help them with that out there getting anything else done, is it?
Probably not. I don't see them doing much. I mean, when you go this conservative, or at least expected to go this conservatively with your coaching hires, why would I think that all of a sudden that you're going to go into this offseason and, restructure a bunch of contracts and really like go all in when you don't even know if Brian Schottenheimer is going to be a good head coach? And you know how I know that you don't feel that way? Because we're sitting here Friday afternoon and this still isn't done. Yeah. You're not competing with anybody else. If you really think that he's the guy, this should have been done 2-3 days ago. Heck, it could have been done the day after they moved on from McCarthy. So that's like 10 days ago. So unless they're sitting there and they're holding out hope that, or thoughts of maybe still Kellen Moore or something, because obviously they can't talk to him right now with the Eagles being in the NFC Championship game. But if not, and they just end up going with Brian Schottenheimer, like, it just looks like it's a very disorganized, not very well-run coaching search. And that's being the Dallas Cowboys, to even think that is embarrassing.
All right, John, at the end of these, it's going to be kind of the signature of this new podcast, in that I'm going to ask you several rapid fire questions that don't have anything to do with the Cowboys. And you and I know each other really well, so I'm going to kind of focus on one thing. You and I are both diehard Florida State fans. We went to the SMU game together and watched that bloodbath. I've subsequently had to interview Kevin Jennings 3 or 4 times since then.
That's about 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times, which is like inviting the bully over to your house and, serving him dinner without him saying sorry. But I'm going to ask you some rapid fire questions right now. They may seem nonsensical, but they do have a point. Okay. If you were on the Titanic and it came down to Charlie Ward and Warwick Dunn that you had to put on the door, who are you putting on the door?
Yeah, you can. It doesn't even have to just be those two. It can be everybody that's ever played for Florida State, and it'll always be Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward's the reason I fell in love with Florida State football. So yeah, Charlie is always number one. But Warwick definitely is in the conversation. But nobody would top Charlie Ward for me. Nobody that they'll ever be there. I mean, they would have to have a quarterback that won like at least 2 national titles and probably 2 Heismans.
Yeah, well, I mean that's going to be really hard to do now. Okay. Were you angrier during a wide right or December 6th of last year?
I mean, I was younger. I wasn't old enough to really appreciate it during the wide rights, but I was angrier because I'm just more invested. I've been to a lot of games, whereas when I was a kid growing up in Michigan, I wasn't going to games. So it was hard to really compare the wide rights, but I can make the argument, though, that the wide rights are probably worse because I think that there's a really good chance at least one of those leads to another national title, whereas I really don't think that Florida State would have won the national title last year.
I'm glad you say that. Like, it helps me be more rational. And look, I had to sit. I was at wide right 3 in person. Like, it was one of the. And look, they still had a chance. Like, that one was rendered moot, and they still had a chance and lost to Oklahoma. So. I'm a very rational sports fan.
I even let a lot of it go because of, if you even go to the last, like, there's just some real bad game management at the end of that Orange Bowl when they won it in '93. And even for Nebraska to get a chance to kick a field goal to win that thing, just for the fact that they missed that thing so badly, I'm like, all right, fine, we'll chalk it. I'll take it.
All right. Last one. Bobby Bowden is not Catholic, but if he were, could the Pope make him a saint because he would have committed, had 3 miracles done?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And really, Bobby's greatness to me just gets magnified every year that we go by in really college athletics. And I think it's because of the NIL, the transfer portal, and everything about the way that the college game has gone. Whether you talk college basketball or college football with the major programs, there's so much clown action from these coaches, whether it's to try to sell their program or just get on TV with these, just ridiculous things that some of these Kurt Signettis say, like right before they're about to play Notre Dame, where you're just like, oh my God, just embarrassing stuff. Lane Kiffin things, all these things that you find yourself stepping back and going, okay, how many of these coaches actually really got it together are just crazy human beings that also happen to coach football? Ryan Day yelling that he wonders where Lou Holtz is at right now. Obviously we've talked many a times about the way I feel about Dabo Sweeney. There's so much clown behavior that you look back at Bobby and you're just like, even Florida and Miami fans respected Bobby and the way he went about it. And there's just so few people that are like that nowadays.
There were no 2 more genuine human beings on either side of a rivalry than Steve Spurrier and Bobby Bowden. They were who they were, and Spurrier was more sarcastic, but he still was genuinely Spurrier. And Bowden, he would say things that would make you laugh just because he was being honest. Coach, what happened in the first half? Well, our quarterback got a little bug. He's got, can't keep anything on his stomach, so hopefully get some fluids in him, see if that'll help him out in the second half. And you're like, well, you didn't have to say that. But thanks for your honesty. He never once went in that sideline interview and said, we're going to play Florida State football and we just got to, stay within ourselves. No, it was always something that was very truthful.
He was one of the best speakers I've ever heard. I don't know that there's a video on YouTube of Bobby Bowden talking, and there's a lot of them out there, whether it just is speech at different conventions or coaching things or Florida State interviews. I don't think there's anything on YouTube that I've not watched. I was such a big Bobby Bowden fan. I loved everything that he would talk about. And I understand, obviously he recruited very well, and, he probably laid it on a little bit thicker than, that he was just this good old boy or whatever. I'm sure he did some shady recruiting stuff that, to be honest with you, I really don't care about. But when I would listen to him talk, he just so calm and just so I don't know, you just always felt like he had everything under control. And there's just so few coaches nowadays I feel that way about. I just feel like there's this clown level that almost none of these coaches are above going past.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. John Machota of The Athletic with us. John.
So real quick, by the way, the poster child for all of this, because I like to tie in college basketball too, is Dan Hurley. He's winning crazy, but the way he carries himself, you're just like, what are we doing here? So anyway, sorry.
Real quick, Garrett's telling me to wrap up, but I do have to ask you this. When he said that the other night, would you have double teed him faster? If it was me and he said, don't turn your back on me, I'm the best effing coach in the league, I'd have been like, oh, really? Then you can count to 2, can't you?
I would have, and I would have done that fully knowing that there's a good chance I might lose my job or get knocked down to doing some MAC games or something. I don't know. But yeah, absolutely. I would not have stood for that. No.
If you'd been like, oh, well, you're doing Miami, Ohio versus Toledo. Guess what? Dan Hurley's not here.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm happier. I'm making $100 less a night, but guess what? Don't care. That's fine. John Machota of The Athletic with us here on Catalina's Cowboys Corner. Please like and subscribe. Thanks a lot.
looking for a wheeled cooler, this is the Arctic 52-quart ultralight wheeled cooler. I hauled it on a deck, I hauled it downstairs, upstairs, grass, gravel, sandy road, mud puddles, the whole bit. And I gotta say, it is pretty darn tough. I really do like the wheels and the tow handle. It's easy to hold on to, even when full. It made it 6 full days with ice present, still keeping cool enough temperatures to keep drinks cold. This is a great cooler. And if you're looking for a new wheeled cooler that tows really nicely, this is a great option.
If your business is like most, you need things done quickly. But if you're still tying your critical applications together on multiple shared public networks, you've probably been feeling the slowdown. And that's no good for business. A private UPN fiber network can get you and your business moving at the speed of light. Whatever you need, we can build it. Internet, Metro Ethernet, Waves, dark fiber. We deliver custom private networks and are focused on business customers only. Our next generation 100% fiber optic infrastructure offers you low latency and ultra scalable bandwidth with speeds up to 100 gigabit to run your critical applications. Your connection won't be limiting your performance anymore. It's diverse and scalable, so it can grow and change as your business grows and changes. And with a secure carrier-grade private network, you'll have all the reliability you need. Contact UPN today to learn more. Fast just got faster.
There are hundreds of things that can affect our sleep, but what's affecting yours? Sleep Doctor's home sleep test brings the precision of a sleep lab into the comfort of home to help you get answers and unlock a lifetime of great sleep. Start now at sleepdoctor.com/TV.
It's time for Paul Catalina's Top 5, brought to you by Texas Beef House. Where's the best beef in Texas? Your house when you order from Texas Beef House. Unleash the flavor of Texas raised Wagyu. From our pasture to your plate, TexasBeefHouse.com.
Welcome into Paul Catalina's Top 5. We continue with the That Dude Awards. It's the end of the year, and I decided to give out a bunch of awards. It's all for people who are that dude. Now, Monday, they're that dude, but not in a good way. I'll just warn you. But these are all that dude in a good way. So if you can follow that, there we go. All right, here we go. By the way, thanks to Texas Beef House, our sponsor for the Top 5. Number 5, that punting dude, Eddie Zlepicki from USC, formerly of Arizona State, won the Ray Guy Award this year, was one of USC's few consistent weapons. I say that because they had a disappointing season. I'm sorry to rag on you, Lincoln Riley, but it's true. But, things are going well for USC when the best thing I can say about them, the most consistent thing is their punter. But this guy is a dude. He is that dude when it comes to punting the ball. Also, guys that honorable mention here, Alex Mastromano from Florida State, who is one of the only bright spots that they had this year, and Isaac Power from Baylor. Also, pretty darn good punters. But this dude is the punting dude this year. That kicking dude, let's get the special teams out of the way. Kenneth Almendarez from Louisiana. Look at this little pudgy genius right here. Nothing makes me happier than another version of Al Del Greco. That's what he looks like. Al Del Greco, one of the best golfers that ever came to the NFL, by the way, and one of the best kickers. But Kenneth Almendarez, short, little pudgy kicker, and won the Lou Groza Award. I mean, why would I not pick him over everybody else? Look at him. There's nothing athletic about that, but he's the best kicker in the country. Go Raging Cajuns. Love it. Love Kenneth Almendarez. We move on to number 3, the Rascal Dude. If you've watched these top 5s all year long, you know how I feel about Diego Pavia. He is one of my favorite players to watch. He is just so wild to watch play at Vanderbilt and keep them in games. Look, yes, I know they didn't finish as strong as they started. That's probably more of an overall depth issue. But he's back. He's changed college football now with his JUCO ruling, and he's got Vanderbilt fans excited about being Vanderbilt fans for the first time in a long time. So a salute to you. El Bringon. Andrew doesn't know what that means. He's not good at Spanish. But it means rascal in Spanish. That's Diego Pavia. El Bringon. Moving on. Number 2, the bodyguard dude, Wyatt Milam from West Virginia. I'm going to try to get an offensive lineman into most of these because they're the most valuable and most important people on the planet. Not just football, on earth. We should have more offensive linemen. If there were more offensive linemen, there would be no war. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's Friday. I probably had a couple pops. Who knows? But Wyatt Milam, how about this? 0 quarterback pressures in his last 12 starts. He's not only not giving up a sack or a tackle for loss. He has not allowed a pressure. That means his dude did not get into Garrett Green or Nico Marchiel's face for 12 straight games. That's a badass right there. That is that dude. He's the bodyguard dude. And I will always love offensive linemen. Number 1, the young dude, Jeremiah Smith, the possible best freshman to ever play in college football. Now, I know there's those that would say Adrian Peterson, Herschel Walker, and others. And yes, there's an argument to be made about this across the board. But nobody has shown up, especially at this position at wide receiver, ready to go. He would be at least the 3rd wide receiver, if not the 1st, drafted this year. And he's not draft eligible for 2 more years. You want to know why Ohio State went from already pretty awesome to national championship? It's when you have a freshman who can step on the field and be the best in the country. It's wild. This guy out of Florida, Brian Hartline just keeps going down there and taking these guys up across the Mason-Dixon line into Ohio, and that they keep working out this well. There is no better position group, coaching, recruiting, anything than Ohio State wide receivers right now. I dare you to tell me another one. That's going to do it for the show. We hope you have a great weekend. Don't forget about 365 Sports Tonight. We're back again next week with so much more. Have a great weekend, everybody.